All right, hello, 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 hello. How's it going there? Ufa Taffy, how's it going? Emery, how are you? CG, how are you there, guys? All right, so we're going to go ahead. I had some appointments, so unfortunately I wasn't able to jump on earlier, but we're here now. And so some of the stuff I'm going to end up recording so that I can make some videos on it, kind of some standard stuff. So if it seems like I'm kind of making a video, that is part of it. So I'll go ahead and I'll get ready to read out the weekly update here. So I'll do that. Let me kill the music for that. All right, here we go. This is the Stormworks Industry Space new DLC out. This is for October 12th, 2023. The new expansion means that you can build working space rockets, travel to space and the moon, operate in low and zero gravity, build orbital stations and satellites, perform space rescues, and more. The moon is the biggest land location yet, with over 1,000 square kilometers of lunar surface. Expect craters, caves, stranded astronauts, and damaged space bases. Create your electrolysis plant to make liquid rocket fuel to burn in your new liquid fuel engines. Use compressed gas in your RCS system and use your reaction wheels for precise position and orientation control in space. For example, when docking with other vehicles or stations. New missions occur in space and on the moon, including astronaut rescues, repair, and recovery operations. Design life support systems considering temperature, pressure, and oxygen, carbon dioxide levels. Equip spacesuits to protect from the vacuum of space, and build EVA backpacks to assist with spacewalks. And the first screenshot is by. All right, let's find this screenshot here. A little behind the scenes of, this came out right before I had to go to my appointment, so I wasn't able to do it. So if you guys are wondering where these screenshots are taken from, go to Vehicle Showcase. If you look at the top, it says Vehicle Showcase for creations made in Stormworks. Image message only. Images may be used in announcements. So that is why when you see people kind of complaining that they don't give credit, again, you are, you're agreeing to that when you post in here that they can be used in the weekly updates. Let's go ahead and find this one real quick. That one's an older one, so I can look for it later. I think I know who had that one. We'll do that one later. I'll continue on with this, and then I'll just put those in when I edit the video later. New updates to the base game. While the space DLC is required to leave the atmosphere, many changes are included in the base game to ensure workshop compatibility. The fluid system is completely reworked to support compressed gases. Air now consists of its constituent parts: oxygen, carbon dioxide, nitrogen. Gas pressure introduced many new mechanics such as forces due to equalizing pressures, displacement, and more. The world now wraps around its borders, allowing you to circumnavigate the world of Stormworks. Many new components are also being introduced, including new fluid parts, large solar panels, navigation sensor, directional communication dishes, and more. And the next screenshot is by. A big thank you to the community. Many of you have helped inspire and drive this new update. Thank you to all the creators who have dared to dream of space and uploaded some incredible space vehicle creations to the workshop. And thank you to the YouTubers who have been showcasing these creations, playing with the idea, and discussing space at Stormworks. Can't wait to hear what you think of the new update. Much love, Stormworks developers. Let's go ahead and read the patch notes. So 1.9.0 space DLC features. So this will be if you get the space DLC. Atmosphere and space simulation. Huge moon surface, playable area. Liquid fuel rockets, electrolyzer component, RCS thruster component, reaction wheel component, astronomy sensor, and feature space missions. General feature: world border wrapping. The world of Stormworks now seamlessly warps you to the other side of the map when crossing an edge. Updated the ambient temperature texture to reflect this change. Feature: large solar panels. Feature: fluid, gas, temperature, and pressure overhaul. Fluids have been separated into liquids and gases. New gases: oxygen, carbon dioxide, exhaust, nitrogen, hydrogen. Complete overhaul to fluid pressure, allowing gas to be compressed. Complete overhaul to fluid transfer and exchange between components, including backflow and pressure leveling. Compartments now have their own temperature and pressure data. That's good to see. Player is now damaged from ambient pressure and heat in addition to height proximity-based damage. Inventories now have a fluid port for recharging outfits with oxygen. Fires now consume oxygen to burn and produce CO2. Humans and animals now breathe, which consumes oxygen and generates CO2. Ocean and atmospheric pressure now scales with altitude. That's very cool. Rapid fluid exchange across door thresholds will now apply a force to objects in the flow. Feature barometer component, space/backpack seat, 2 space suit outfits. Feature gravity calculation, overhaul, and improvements. DLC players can place vehicles into geostationary orbit at 300 kilometers. Characters can float in space oriented by their camera direction. Pseudo-stable orbit gravity based on linear velocity, explained below. Revised character falling pose. Feature improved jet/rocket particle rendering. New rocket workbenches. Vehicle groups, sub-vehicle splitting. Vehicles with many sub-vehicles are now split into completely separate vehicles on spawn. That is awesome. That is great for parasite craft like with Triton. We've been waiting for that. Add-on. Lua has been updated to reflect this change, which is detailed in the selection section below. Feature. Improve the navigation of tile locations in the add-on editor by splitting them by biome. Photo mode cinematic camera stabilize and increase tether range by 4x. That way we can zoom out more with our space stuff. Gas and liquid relief valve components, liquid and gas meter components, gas tanks, directional radio components for long distance data exchange. Solid propellant is now required to fuel SRBs and can be refined with water and aluminum. That is very cool, the ability to make our own solid rockets. Feature sound effect for pumps and other fluid components. Feature added $30 train yard to starting bases. Fix, we won't go through the numbers. Fix vehicle fires not contributing to ambient temperature. Several particle effect rendering fixes. Fix issue with parented mission zones not despawning with their parent vehicle. Dedicated server crash caused by clouds attempting to render. Fixed composite read values for the module engine cylinder, air, and fuel. Fixed connection state sync for dock, door, and nuclear parts. Crash caused by saving while a tile was not thread loaded. Flipping issues for components with no physics voxels. Fixed flame/jet rendering stutters. Internal RX signal strength integer overflow errors. Default mission not updating parent delivery zone transforms. Fix several multiplayer improvements to address nearby vehicle desync and frequency. Fix improved client character grounded vehicle detection. Rework. Remove sunrise sunset slider in place of a separate day-night duration slider. Rework. Rescaled rewards for tow missions. That's something people have been asking for. Those tow missions were very low for the amount of time that they required. Add-on Lua. Get vehicle data, add a group ID, remove file name. Get vehicle group, despawn vehicle group, set group position, set group position safe, on group spawn, spawn add-on components, split ID data. We won't go through all that. Get tile inventory and set tile inventory now support propellant. Get Astros position. Dev notes and tips. Tip, be careful when opening doors between different pressurized areas. You might find yourself flung out into space. Tip, DLC owners get the new Stormworks theme space remix as the default main menu music. Very cool. Many earthly position data components don't work in space. Make sure you are prepared to navigate manually or with an astronomer sensor. Tip, components that rely on air/oxygen will be much less effective at higher altitudes. The atmosphere thins. Characters and creatures need oxygen to breathe. Don't trap yourself in a small box with no ventilation. The fire extinguisher can be used to propel yourself in space. So very cool there. And that's a weekly update. Thanks for watching. Bye. All right, so that is my weekly update recorded. So I'm just going to label that really quick here. Let's see. All right, here. Okay. I'm just trying to do both at once, everybody. So be a little patient with that, and we'll be going here pretty quickly. All right, so that is weekly update recorded. We can edit that up later. So it looks like a lot of great stuff, and looking forward to all this. A lot of fixes in here that have been long awaited. You know, I think part of this, you know, there's going to be a lot of, I've already seen some grouchiness in the commentary, but there's a big overhaul. This is a big change. Change can be good, change can be bad. Part of the issue with change here is going to be Mechanics have changed, a lot of them for the better. A lot of this makes it more realistic, which some people have been asking for, some people haven't. And with those changes, that means that things that used to work may not work. So you're going to have some patience with this. You're going to have to re-engineer some things. You're going to go through it. I'm going to put out a ton of tutorials here, so get working on some of that. Let's go over the parts here. So did this earlier. So let's go over some of these parts here. And I'm going to record this too as a parts video, so I will move some of these parts around here. Let's actually go over them one by one. So I'll start over here, and I'll record this up for a video as well. This way, if you guys need to reference parts, we can always go back and you can see what the parts do. So go ahead and I'll just make a platform and we'll go over it part by part, all the new parts. All right. And I'm just going to completely record it. I'm going to try to say everything in a way that I can cut it together later for a coherent video for you guys. All right, so let's go ahead and start looking at parts here. So I'm just going to slowly go through all of them. There are quite a few new parts added here. You know, they should be here for everybody for decoration's sake. So even if you don't have the DLC, you can use those. So the first thing we're looking at here, it looks to be this one. We'll go right here. So this is the RX directional. So RX is for transmission. We'll do the two here. So these are, let's get rid of symmetry for a second here. So these are your directional antennas. Just read the patch notes. These are in there. So these need to point at another dish in order to communicate. And, you know, you need to point these directionally right at the other dish. So that's why, like, you know, you'll see them moving space telescopes. This is what they're doing. You know, these dishes have to point at one another. So let's go ahead and we'll read the blurb. So RX directional is $5,000 each. Again, these are going to be expensive. They should be. They're a space component. Powerful directional radio and video data transmitter and receiver must be pointed at the target RX device. Sends and receives data on the specified frequency. Transmit mode defaults to receive. Max effective range at ground level is 8,000 kilometers at ground level. So keep that in mind. If you're trying to utilize these on the ground, you're going to get a max of 8,000 kilometers. So that should be plenty to reach out. This is going to be in here, again, because if we look at these antennas, our largest antenna is a huge. A huge has 20 kilometers. You can add two huge antennas, one here and one there, and that will give you 40 kilometers max. These new ones are 8,000 kilometers. This one is 10,000 kilometers, all right? And so this is why you're going to need these. You're no longer going to be able to send via radio because you're going to be too far away. So you're going to need these dishes in order to communicate, say, from your space station up in the moon. If you have one in orbit, again, they said we can put things and leave them in orbit, which means as long as they're up at 300 kilometers, I think they said, it'll be in geostationary orbit. If you don't understand what geostationary orbit is, it's an orbit in which the Earth's rotation matches the rotation of the station. So they effectively, so like if I parked a geostationary satellite above your house, it would always stay above your house. As the Earth rotates, it stays there. If it went out further away from geostationary orbit, that means your house is going to rotate faster than that, and eventually your house is going to outrun the satellite. If the satellite was close to the Earth, in order to maintain orbital velocity, you would have to be close to the Earth. Or you have to go faster the closer you are to the Earth. And so the satellite would be going much faster than your house. And so as you get out to geostationary, you're moving at the same rate. So it seems, though, that the satellite is always above your house. Let's see. We have audio send, data send, frequency, transmit, number, target, pitch, target, yaw. Again, we're going to have to aim these. So this allows us to pitch and yaw these in order to aim them at the other station. So this will be cool for if we know the position of the dish on the Earth and we know the position of the dish on either the space station or on the moon, we can then have the dishes align to transmit. So that's some cool engineering. We're going to have to figure out how to align them. Logical outputs, audio, composite, number, and video. So we can send both video and composite data on these. The larger one is the same, except that it's a little bit heavier and that it has a longer range. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll go through the next part here. So the next part is the space seat. So we'll go ahead and we'll put a space seat up here. So this is, we're going to be able to build our English language may speak. We're going to be able to build our own RCS backpacks, essentially, it appears. So as you can see here, we have this what's it called here? Space seat, $500, a compact control handle. You can get in and out the position by interacting using F. Now, the cool thing with this is, remember, the only thing that is being kept from us if you don't have the DLC is actually going into orbit. The parts should be available. And so this could be, for example, you could make some, I've seen people make little helicopters. They fly around, and you either have to use a handle, which is a little goofy, or you have to use a seat, which is also goofy. This, now, you should be able to strap yourself into a backpack. This could theoretically make some cool stuff for on the land as well. It weighs 3. Nice and light. This is a really good thing. If this is super light, it only weighs 3. That is, less than a third of what a one weight block weighs. That will make it so it's much easier for you to be able to build some things. It has headset audio. As you can see, it looks like it has all the regular logic inputs of a seat, and it also takes fluid in. So this would be a cool component to be able to build some space backpacks where we can navigate around. I'll get to chat, guys, in a second. I'm just trying to record this, make this so that I could use this for a video for later, too. So let's go through the next part. I'm just going to meticulously go through them. I found them all already. All right, so we're now into our reaction wheel. So if you don't know what a reaction wheel is, I can't really play any YouTube videos that are really helpful. But so we have 3 sizes of reaction wheels. Where's this one? So here are 3 reaction wheels. What a reaction wheel does is, think of a motorcycle. Like, I used to have to explain this to my students when I was a flight instructor because we had gyro stationary instruments. And the way they work is, if you think of a motorcycle, if I'm sitting on my motorcycle and it's not moving and I lean over, the motorcycle is going to tip over and I'm going to fall on the ground. As soon as I'm moving, I don't have to be moving very fast. You can think of it a bicycle if you've ridden a bicycle. You don't have to be moving very fast, and now you can lean and the bike does not fall over. Why does that happen? Well, when the wheel rotates, any force put on that wheel, it counteracts by 90 degrees. So if I lean left, the bike is trying to lean right, and that's because of gyrostationary forces. And so that's why a bike or a motorcycle stays up. As the wheel spins, if I impart a force to the left on it, it's going to pull back right. It counteracts my force. It wants to be stable. So a reaction wheel system, the way it works is you have spinning wheels in there. You have one going forward, back, and you have one going sideways. And what happens is, if you try to tip to the left, because it has reaction wheels, it wants to tip back to the right. So you don't need RCS to maintain stability, because you'd run out of RCS fuel. So you think of some real-life space applications. If you've ever played Kerbal, it's like this. It will keep you stable, and the way this works is you feed it electricity, it spins the wheels. As you turn left, it fights you to turn right, and it keeps you stable. So it's like a space gyro. Think of it like that. So let's go ahead. We have rotation, rotation, rotation. Let's go ahead and we'll look at the parts here. Rotation, reaction wheel, small, 150 each. A stabilization system that outputs a force to counter the input rotation. This component can be wired directly to an aligned angular rotation sensor to stabilize its rotation. Mass 2, rotation, and electric. So you're feeding it the current rotation, and it appears it is just trying to counteract it. So my thought process would be this. If I try rolling left, it's going to try rolling right. We can do some experiments with that later. This one weighs 80, and it's $700, and this one is $15 and $300. I imagine as they scale, they get more and more strong. Let's continually go through. I'm just going to be a little meticulous trying to find these. All right, here are liquids. Let me try to get them in line. They kind of bug me when they're not in line here. All right, so this is a new component with the Space DLC here. We have 3 liquid rocket boosters. So let's liquid rockets. Let's look at them. Small is $2,500. A liquid fuel rocket engine, fuel with liquid oxygen and hydrogen. Mass is 40. On off to turn on the ignition. Number is the gimbal and the z-axis. X is the gimbal in the gimbal x-axis as well. Throttle. There's a fluid connection for oxygen, a fluid connection for hydrogen, and a connection for electricity. So you're going to need these things. What a gimbal is it allows you to move the bell of the rocket. So this, as you can see with the arrows on there, the bell can move. Hold on, guys. I got to put my cursor on so you can actually see my cursor here. Let us see here. There it is. Okay. Capture cursor. All right, there's my cursor. All right, so as you can see, here we have the ability to move in our X and, was it Z axes? X and Z axes. And so we can move the bell. So let's say we want to steer, we want to pitch, or we want to yaw. This allows us to pitch or yaw with the bell. So if you've ever watched, some rockets going up, you'll notice these bells move. So this allows us to steer when we're going up, and it will allow us to steer in the vacuum. You're going to use the bell to angle your thrust. So it's vectored thrust, essentially. So let's go ahead and we'll look at the information on each one here. As you can see, this one is 40 mass, 2,500. This one is 6,500, 80 mass. This one here is 4,500 and 60 mass for that. So those are our new liquid rocket components. Let's find the next parts. I'm just going through them meticulously. I've been through this before. There's some that are a little bit where you might not think they're going to be, so just want to make sure I don't miss anything. I'll check chat in a second, guys. I just want to kind of get through these parts, and then I'll be good to kind of take a little break from what I need to record from the videos. And then we had spacesuits. There they are. Outfit, space. Space. I'm trying to get all the parts. I think barometer we had. They're kind of, the order's a little bit tough here. These are under sensors. So we have astronomy sensor. Altimeter, angular. Gas meter is new. Humidity we had. Impact sensor we had. Liquid meter is... They changed... was it always labeled liquid meter? I think they changed it. They changed something on that because I think it was fluid meter before and it's liquid. Well, they could have still used fluid. A gas is still a fluid, but it confuses people. It is a fluid. That's why fluid dynamics and aerodynamics, they're both fluids. Air is a fluid and conforms to fluid dynamics. But they changed the name of it. It's pretty much the same old meter, but it is called, they changed to liquid instead of fluid, I think. Let's go through. These are all fluids, so we have some parts, new parts in here. I just want to find them. That's desal. Here's fluid port end. Fluid spawner is the same. Hydrogen electrolyzer. Gas tanks we have. Let me get rid of these for now. I'm not ready to talk about these. The order is always weird in these. They seem backwards to me. These, they go like, sometimes they put small next to large. Gas relief valve, I went over here. Liquid relief valve, put right there. And I'm going to go through and I'll make a video for each of the parts and make it kind of a short one as well. Just kind of trying to go through here. We have large, so okay, so let's go through some of these. All right, so looking at some of these new parts, we have a barometer, measures the current air pressure, returns the pressure in atmospheres of the compartment or current altitude. So if you put this on the outside of the craft, it will act as a barometer. As you increase altitude, you're going to lose pressure until you eventually get out in the vacuum where the barometer will likely read 0. If you put this inside an enclosed sealed volume, it will read the interior pressure. That will tell you, for example, if if you've sprung a leak or not. So as you can see, it's $20 mass 1 pressure. Let's see, where you at there, guy? We'll go through spacesuits later. RCS thruster, I have to go through. I'll remember that. All right, next set of parts here we have is the astronomy sensor, a sensor that provides raw space navigation data, outputs relative position data based on the optimal target trajectory between the Earth and the Moon. All right, so this will give us, you can't use a compass in space because it's using the magnetism of the poles of the Earth. Let's say you were on the Moon, well, guess what? It's always going to point, well, that will point at the Moon at that point because the Moon has a ton of metal in it, but if you were leaving the Earth, it would always point back at the Earth because it's, that. And eventually, you're going to get out of the gravity's, the gravity's pretty weak for us. You're probably going to have issues with that. So the astronomy sensor is going to be required to be able to operate out in space. As you can see, it's mass 1 150 has a composite data. Let's look at it here. So this is the astronomy sensor. Let's go ahead and we'll look at the composite. If we highlight it, you'll see we have the X position relative to Earth, Moon. Trajectory, -1 to 1. So that was likely going to be able to use that for triangulation. Y position relative to Earth, Moon. Trajectory, 0. Earth, 1 to the Moon. Z position relative to Earth, Moon. Trajectory, -1, 1. All right, so that is the astronomy sensor. That is a new part. Gas meter. A device to measure how much gas is within an enclosed volume. This will output a quantity in liters and total capacity in liters. So essentially a fluid meter for an enclosed gas. That's why they changed the fluid meter to a liquid meter, and they changed and they included the gas meter. As I said before, gas is also a fluid. So by calling it a fluid meter, it theoretically it should be able to be used in both liquid and gas, and so they've split it where we have now a liquid meter and a gas meter. So liquid for liquid tanks, gas for enclosed gas volumes. And so that is $20, 1 mass, gas level, fluid capacity. So the capacity of it. So people will probably complain, well, why do you leave it as fluid? Fluid's fine. Gas is a fluid. Composite data. So let's take a look at it here. So here's the gas meter. Composite, it outputs the volume of individual gas types on their respective channel. The data can be directly merged with a liquid meter. The air fluid type is equivalent to the sum of the oxygen, carbon dioxide, and nitrogen level. Channels 4 is air, 5 is CO2, 8 is steam, 11 is oxygen, 12 is nitrogen, and 13 is hydrogen. So this is awesome that they've gone to composites. So what this will allow me to do is I can plug this in, 1 meter, and I can read all of this data. And so this is going to be helpful for example, if you're in a spaceship or in a submarine and you're using up too much oxygen, you're creating too much carbon dioxide, you're going to have to deal with that. And so likely, I'm thinking we're going to be able to do we may be able to, I don't know if they changed the way that catalytic converters work, but CATs would be able to convert the CO2 into oxygen. We'll see if that works or not. It may or may not at this point. Let's go through where are we at here. So I'm glad they're moving more and more towards composites. That is very helpful here. So, all right, next one is the fluid end port. So fluid end ports, $50 each. Port used to allow fluid in and out of a fluid system. Place this port inside of an enclosed volume to connect to that volume, or outside of the vehicle to connect to the ocean. All right, mass 1, and it is fluid. So let's take a look at it. So if I go ahead and rotate up, as you can see, we have a regular, let's see if we can put it on the side, probably not. That's likely a blue fluid port there, and this looks like it can port in and out. So what's likely going to be able to do is we can plug this on the side of, say, a tank like this. Excuse me. Let me change my display over. There we go. So we'll go like this. If I can ever click on it, there we go. And that is going to allow us to do a fluid change through there. Let's see what the nodes are. So it looks like there are no nodes on that. All right, so no nodes on that. So that is the fluid port end. And so it probably works similarly to this fluid port here, which it actually doesn't take up any more space because if we think about it, you know, this would be the fluid port, and as you can see, we can't put something in front of it anyway, so it takes up the same amount of space. I want to check the tanks as well. I'm interested in those. So next part we have is the hydrogen electrolyzer. So it's $575, a machine that separates water into hydrogen and oxygen. Submerge the electrodes into a volume of water and provide electricity to separate fresh water. Mass is 16. On-off enables it. It has oxygen out, hydrogen out, and electricity in. So IRL, what happens is you have a bond for water, H2O. So dihydrogen monoxide, 2 hydrogens to 1 oxygen. You can use electrolysis. You can use electricity to break the bond, and then the hydrogen separates and the oxygen separates. So that's essentially what this is doing. This is how they would do it in IRL. It should have an electrical input here. As you can see, you need the electricity to electrolyze it. You need that to break the bond between them. This one enables it, as you can see. So pretty simple part there for separating the hydrogen and oxygen. We have 3 gas tanks. So for $20, a tank for storing gas. The tank will spawn full of the selected fluid type. Mass is 5, tank content, and the pressure. So we can read both content and pressure, and it has a fluid port to store the gas in it. So if I go ahead and I grab one here, and I click on it, as you can see, I don't need to grab that one. I can click on it here. We have a display name. We can put air, oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen. So with air, we can make a mixture. That should be a mixture of all of them. Let's leave that as air. Let's go ahead and we'll make this one oxygen. This one is nitrogen, and this one is hydrogen. And so as you can see here, we can preset them like so. Let's spawn them and take a look at them. So as you can see, pressure is 103 atmospheres, so it's at very high pressure. CO2, because this one, remember, is air, so it has 1.87 carbon dioxide, 900 so oxygen, a lot of nitrogen. Again, most of our air is nitrogen. Capacity is just shy of 47 liters. The tank content is 4.68. And the pressure is, again, 103 atmospheres there. Looking at this one here, as you can see, this one's all oxygen. So as you can see, it is full of oxygen. This one is nitrogen, full of nitrogen. That one's hydrogen, full of hydrogen. So pretty cool there. Let's go on and we'll move on. This is a liquid relief valve, a relief valve for liquids in a system. The valve allows liquids to pass across the 2-directional valve. So let's take a look at this. So this is it right here. As you can see, it has the regular blue fluid port on either side of it there. Let's check the nodes on it. As you can see, massive 2, 150, fluid A and fluid B. So this allows us to pass the liquids relief valve. So for example, let's see, does this have it on off? I don't know. Let me look. I don't think it does. Nope. So this, I would assume this is just equalizing the pressurization. So let's do a real fast test. So let's go, and then I'm just going to go like this. Okay, we'll stick this here like so. We'll delete this. We'll grab a tank. Go like this. All right. And so this is going to auto equalize essentially is what I'm thinking. So we'll keep it as air. We'll go 50% on this side and we'll do nothing on this side. So if that's the, let's keep that 100. So we'll do 100 on one side and nothing on the other. So 100 and nothing. So that should cause this tank, which is at full pressure, as you can see, it was 103 atmospheres. It's going to want to equalize with this one, which should be at nothing, essentially. Did I pick the liquid or the gas one? Okay, I think I picked they're equalized already. So as you can see, they've equalized. So now, if you look at our volumes, they're at the same. So texture tank contents are the same. As you can see, they've equalized. Did I grab the liquid one by accident? I don't know, let me see. I grabbed a liquid relief valve. Looks like it's working for both. And there also is a gas relief valve. No, I grabbed the gas relief valve. Okay. So that's gas relief valve. Let me check it here. Gas relief valve. Okay, so that's going to equalize between the systems. So if you have multiple tanks, let's say you have 10 tanks. One tank is at 103 atmospheres. One tank is at 20 atmospheres. One tank is at 10 atmospheres. If you put these valves in there, they're all going to equalize and all be at the same pressure. So the next one here we have is the liquid relief valve. So right here is liquid relief valve, a relief valve for liquids in a system. The valve allows liquids to pass across the two directional valve. Two, fluid A and B. Okay, so let's do the same thing. Grab a tank. Grab a tank. All right, so we'll grab this large fluid tank here. And we'll put this liquid relief valve in between the two of them here. We'll go 0 on that one and leave this one at 100, and I probably won't be able to get there fast enough. We'll see. So this should be, as you can see, the pressure is dropping on the full tank, and the pressure is climbing on this tank. So this is allowing these to equalize their pressure. You notice the diesel value is going down on this one. The diesel value is climbing on this one. So the tanks are equalizing their pressure. As you can see, these are full of diesel. As you can see, 280, 290 liters of diesel, but it also has air in the tank. So this was something a lot of people worried about, how they talked about air is going to be in tanks. We're going to have to vent the tanks. This is how you're equalizing your tanks. All right, so that is the gas relief valve there, or the liquid relief valve there. All right, so that's really cool. This is going to be, I know it's going to frustrate some people that they have to actually do more engineering and they have to do more realism, but, there'll be some tutorials out. I don't think it'll be too bad, but this is going to, again, the more tools we have, the more things we have to consider, the cooler builds we can make. We start to incorporate this to do some really neat stuff. So the next part is the large solar cell. So this is a new addition. We've always had the small solar cell, or had that for quite a while. Small solar cell, as you can see, massive 2, 400 each. The large one is 400. They're the same price. I don't know if they meant to do that. This one's, yeah, they're the same price. So this one is much larger, and it has a mass of 40. So this one likely has a greater collection capacity. The nice thing is, if you were to use an equal number of these small solar cells, you have to plug in a bunch. As long as you need this size, you have one electrical plug-in, so just has an electrical input. So larger solar cell, we can capture more electricity. All right, let's go down through the parts here. I doubt there's anything in weapons. I looked already. Modular engines, there's nothing in there that I can see. This is all industry. I don't think there's anything in industry. We'll just double check. Sneak something in. All right, so that looks like the parts for this here. So very interesting. I'm glad to see all these parts. What is this? Let me see what this one is here. This is the barometer. Okay, that's barometer first. We went through that. All right, so some interesting parts here. I'm looking forward to all this. This is going to be some neat stuff and testing. I'll put out a bunch of tutorials. Let's go ahead. I'm going to catch up on chat here. I'm behind on chat. Maybe stop that part video. Bingo. All right, let's say hello to everybody. How's it going there, Cece? How's it going, Zachy? How's it going, Sanders? How are you? If you guys would like to ask me a question or something, just put at Captain Cockrells like Connor has done. That way it stands out and I can see it. So that way I know if you guys are talking amongst yourselves or answering each other or talking to me. How's it going there, Daniel K? What's happening? Let's see, Daniel has been trying to figure out pressurization for an hour now. It's kind of messed up. Had a 750-liter tank with 12,000 liters of nitrogen in it. It doesn't really make sense. Well, it's 12,000 liters of gaseous nitrogen. would be my guess. Because if you have that would be my guess, because if you had you couldn't fit 12,000 liters of liquid nitrogen in a 750 liter tank, of course, because you'd exceed the volume. If you're thinking of it as gaseous nitrogen, a liter of gaseous nitrogen is at 1 atmosphere, is the way we would consider it. So think about, you take a 1 liter bottle, it's full of, we won't talk about nitrogen, we'll talk about air. We can do nitrogen. So let's say you have a 1 liter bottle full of 1 liter of nitrogen at 1 atmosphere. You can put that in that 750 liter tank. Now let's say you put 750 of those in, but you can still compress the nitrogen together, and so you should be able to put more than 750 liters of gaseous nitrogen in there. And so I think that's why they did it. I'll take a look at it and we'll see. Let's see if we can't figure this out. So let's build a quick test rig here. Let's save this really quick. Yeah, we'll work on Daniel's question here. Like I said, I just stepped into this myself, so we'll go ahead and I'll figure some of this stuff out. All right, so you're saying that it's allowing you to put a large amount of nitrogen. So I'm not going to do nitrogen. I'm going to use air just because we have air. And so let's grab a tank. So I'm going to grab a huge, let's do a small tank. We'll do it. I just don't want it to take forever. All right, we'll take a small tank here. And we'll just put that there for now. And I'll work on the mechanisms for it. So it should have a gas port in there. Fluid port, as you can see on the bottom here. So that is fluid, stored gas. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to 0. All right. And I'm going to I'll put an elbow on here. And I'm going to go ahead and put a valve. I want a manual valve just so that I can work it myself and be able to test this effectively. Eventually, I'll rotate this the correct direction. There we go. Let's actually rotate this all like this. All right, there we go. All right, and so what we're going to do here is I want to pump. Now, let's go like this. Pump. And we'll do another pump this way. We'll keep it kind of on the simple end here. And then I want to do a test here anyway. I want to see if there's really much difference on this. So there's a fluid port, and then we have our fluid port end here as well. So let's go like that. And so we'll do one on either like that, and then I'll do some toggles. All right, so this tank should be empty. There should be a valve which keeps the air in there. These pumps act like valves. If they're off, we'll go ahead and connect those up. Bingo, bango, bongo. All right, and so this one should pump into the system. This one should pump out of the system. All right, let's take a look. I meant to reconnect it. I didn't reconnect it, so it's not going to work here. Let's reconnect it here. Put a pin on here. All right, let's spawn that up. So this is reading 0 atmospheres. There's nothing in there. It's a vacuum inside of this tank. It can hold 46.88 liters. Tank contents are showing nothing. Stored gas is nothing. Let's open the valve. All right, and so as you can see, nothing happens. Let's pump in. If an electricity is not on, no. Okay. So this is the new sound. As you can see, we're pumping up. Our atmospheres are increasing. Nitrogen's going in. So let's stop the system really quick. So I think this is what you're talking about. It makes sense. It makes sense. So we know that this tank has a capacity of 46.88 liters. That is not 46.88 liters of air. That is 46.88 liters of liquid. A liquid is non-compressible. Liquid, the molecules are so close together, you cannot push them closer together anymore. We'll bring up quick paint. I have paint open, but we'll bring it up. So I talked about this before. Let's see if we can kind of get a coherent message here. Let me do I'll show you guys in a second. I just have to fix this. Fix the scale of this. All right, so let's go ahead and, we'll talk about the two volumes here. So if I take a volume, that dog is, I'm going to kill the game volume because I got that dog panting in the background that I loathe. All right, so I'm just going to do this for all those like myself who need dark mode on their computer or else they die. Let's go back. All right, so what we'll do here is we will make a container. So here's going to be a container. All right, here's another container. All right, if I fill this first container with a liquid, all right, a liquid is non-compressible. So what we want to do, let's go to the bucket and let's look at we want to fill it with a solid color because liquids are non-compressible. So I'm going to put liquid nitrogen in here. Liquid nitrogen. I cannot compress liquid nitrogen because it is already as compressed as humanly possible, physically possible. Now, there are, of course, extreme cases you could compress a liquid, but it's extremely extreme, and there's no point in thinking about it. So that is full of liquid nitrogen, all right, 100%. Now, if we looked at it was telling us that we could hold 46.88. So that's at 46 point, wanted it red, let's do 46.88 liters of liquid. So liquids are non-compressible. This is where the terminology becomes important. Fluids can be liquids and gases. Liquids are liquids, gases are gases. That's the separation. All right. So a liquid can be a fluid, a gas can be a fluid. A gas cannot be a liquid, and a liquid cannot be a gas. All right. So that's 46.88 liters. Now, when we're talking about a liter of nitrogen, all right, that's a liter of nitrogen at 1 atmosphere. So if we're going to talk about liquid nitrogen, or a gaseous nitrogen in this case, let's talk about gaseous nitrogen. So we can take gaseous nitrogen, and let's say that gaseous nitrogen fills up 10% of the volume. All right, so this, if we zoom way in, if you notice, this is what it would look like IRL. Each blue dot is a molecule of nitrogen. The white is a vacuum. A vacuum just means nothing. Vacuum is nothing. So we have all these little molecules of nitrogen. All of this white is a vacuum. It is nothing. We zoom out. There is nitrogen in there. Now, this is 46.88 liters of gaseous nitrogen, but it's at 1 atmosphere. All right. So now let's double that. Let's go to 2 atmospheres. All right. What did I do? 10%, I think. So now at 2 atmospheres, if we zoom in there, you'll notice the gaps are smaller and there is more dots. So think of it like marbles. We have put more marbles in this volume. All right. And then let's double that again. So now we're up to 40. So as you can see, all the little marbles are closer together. The vacuum is getting smaller and smaller. So now we have, so if we're up to, what, 4 times? So if this was 46.88 liters of gaseous nitrogen at 1 atmosphere, it would be 46.88 times 4. So 46.88 times 4 is now 187 liters of gaseous nitrogen in there. All right. If we go up with double again to 80, let's go back. Let's go up to 80. So we've doubled it again. So now we're at 80%. As you can see, we have very few dots now. So only 20% of the entire volume is here. So that would be 8 times 46.88. All right. Let's go back. So I assume this is why they're doing it this way. Is it the most perfect way? No. But, all right. So now we're up to 90%. So this is a good way to think of pressure. So we're increasing the pressure. We're putting more marbles in, more blue marbles, which is nitrogen molecules, and we're shrinking the amount of vacuum that's in there. All right. Now, with this program, I can only do one more thing after this. We can go up to 100%. All right. So if we go to 100%, not 100% horizontal, solid color. All right. So now this is no longer gaseous nitrogen. This is when a gas turns into a liquid. Once you've reached maximum compression, it turns into a liquid. That is what this is. So now this is liquid nitrogen again. Once you've hit 100% compression, you are now at liquid nitrogen. All right. And so this liquid nitrogen is there. Now, I'm trying to think off the top of my head. What is nitrogen? Is it 300 times? I think nitrogen expands to 300 times the volume. So you would need to increase essentially, this is talking IRL terms. I assume in game it's different, but I believe it's nitrogen expands 300 times its volume. So if you took liquid nitrogen and you let it heat boil, boil just means that it's essentially converting from a liquid to a gas. It's the gas is coming out of the solution of the liquid. So especially for liquid nitrogen will boil at ambient temperature at 1 atmosphere. If you increase the pressure, the gaseous nitrogen, if you increase the pressure enough, it will actually turn into a liquid. This is how you make liquid nitrogen. You take gaseous nitrogen and you keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it into a cylinder, and eventually it turns into a liquid. And as you pressurize it, the temperature goes down. This is how an air conditioner works. You're pressurizing refrigerant and the temperature is going down. Temperature is vibration of molecules. So if we go back to, it's going to screw me here. Let's go back to 10. All right. Because there's space between these molecules, they can vibrate. They can move around. That's heat. Heat is vibration. As you push the molecules closer and closer and closer and closer together, they can't vibrate as much. You're stealing their ability to make vibration, heat. And so that is why, kind of in layman terms, why when you liquefy something, the temperature goes down. So if you ever watch like them refilling a liquid nitrogen tank, there's usually frost on the outside of the container. And that's because as they increase the pressure there, the molecules can no longer vibrate as much. They're losing heat. And they're starting to get colder and colder and colder. And then eventually the air vapor around here hits the cold metal and it frosts over. So hope that makes some sense. And a little bit of testing there for Daniel. Let's go ahead and look really quick. We'll finish this test up and I'll read some chat. I'm way behind on chat here. Let's new day night cycle here is what they said. So, but as you can see here, so we are up to 394 liters of gaseous nitrogen in a tank that can hold 46.88 liters of liquid. So the capacity limit is showing how much liquid this can hold. So let's increase it all the way up. Did I open the valve? Valve's open. Let's see. Did I fill it all the way? Okay. And so we're emptying the system. Let me turn the sounds back on. I had that dog panting in my ear. Where is he? He was walking around. Hopefully he's gone. All right, so as you can see, this port works here. It's showing us that it's spitting out at that rate. All right, let's look at it here. As you can see, see how low our pressure is? We're down to 0.06. And see how slowly it's causing this nitrogen to come out? It's taking a while for this to empty all the way. It's actually requiring us to pull a vacuum to get this tank empty. So we're having to pull a vacuum here. All right, so let's try another quick test, and then I'll read some chat here. I'm trying not to ignore the chat, guys. I'm just trying to also answer people's questions as they go through here. So let's take a cross piece valve, and so I want to do a test here. Should be able to take this. Should work. All right, good. So let's go ahead and let's look at this. So I want to pull a vacuum on this tank. So as you can see, it's at 0 atmospheres. That's a vacuum. A vacuum is not negative. A vacuum is just nothing. And the vacuum is not sucking stuff in. What's happening is all the air, all those little dots, like when we had dots everywhere. Friggin', all my stuff is screwed up. There's a new save, so I have to configure it. But all those little molecules, all those little marbles, those dots are pushing on each other. And so when you have a vacuum, this has nothing in there. So think of it like water trying to go into the drain. If the drain is empty and you open the valve, it's going to fall in there. Same thing with the air pressure is there's no pressure here, there's pressure around it. So right here we have 0 atmospheres. Let's open this valve. It should do nothing. Nothing. Let's open this valve. And as you can see, it's going to rush air in there, and it should get around 1 atmosphere at this altitude. We'll make our conditions there. At this altitude, this should go up to about 1 atmosphere. Now, this will actually also allow us to make altimeters. If we can read the pressure, this is how an altimeter works, is as you gain altitude, you're changing your atmospheres. And so as I go up higher and higher, we're going to get to a lower and lower atmosphere. And at a certain altitude, at a certain temperature, that's one thing you have to consider IRL, that's a certain altitude. So as you can see, that puts in 1 atmosphere. We've taken in 35 liters of nitrogen, 9 liters of oxygen, and a little bit of carbon dioxide there. All right. So if I want to pressurize this, now I'm going to pressurize it, and I'm going to pump that in there. All right, so you notice we're up to 10 atmospheres now, and we're pumping in. So these are some cool new sounds. I'm liking the new sounds, if you haven't heard them. So it sounds like a compressor. That's very cool. I like that. All right, so look at the bottom there, Daniel. See, it says stored gas 106 liters. So the capacity must be for liquid, and stored gas is telling me how much gas can take in there. So, you know, and of course, they could have some funky stuff in there too, so I'm not precluding that. All right, so we're at 11 atmospheres. Let's go ahead and shut the pump off, and let's do a blowout. I could hear it go tss, and as you can see, it's going to go down, and it's going to try to equalize to 1 atmosphere. So it should go down with like a 0.998. So pretty neat there. So hopefully that kind of answers some of that. Let's see. How's it going there, Stalemate? What's happening? How much have I heard about the update? I'm just starting now. I had an appointment earlier, so I've just got to it now. Displacement. Yep, finally at it. I was hoping to get to it earlier, but yeah. It came out like about 45 minutes before I had to go for my appointment. Hope they had a new way to die by pumping CO2 in an enclosed space. Why don't we test it? Let's test it. So one thing I want to check is filters. So let's see. We'll make an enclosed volume here. We'll do a... I'm not going to say it's a death chamber or else they'll try to demonetize my video. But, all right, so we'll build our first airlock here too. So we're going to need to have airlocks. So let's do a... Yeah, of course you need to be 1 taller, don't you? So we'll build our first little airlock here. This is going to be important. So I try not to jump the gun too much on this stuff. So I'm kind of, I want to do all my testing before I jump in there and do it. So IRL, you know, I don't think it's going to work like this in game, but IRL, let's say you're going to pressurize that room. You'd not want the door pushing this way, because what would happen is if you unlock the door would fly open. Now, I doubt they're going to do this in game. So IRL, if you're going to have an increased pressure gradient on that side, you'd have the door like this, so the pressure seals the door. But that's just, you know, a little bit of pedantry there. So put that there. So what we will do is we can actually do some cool testing here. So let's grab this one. Let's go like that. Try to keep OSHA happy here. We'll make the doors go the correct direction so that, for example, this door wouldn't swing out and kill us. All right, so there's our airlock, and here's going to be our volume in here. So let me paint this a more wonderful color here. So let's go. I'm going to try to make it a little bit so you guys can actually see what I'm doing here. I default to some dark colors. So kind of paint up a little bit here so you guys can see. All right, so there is the interior. Let's go ahead and I'm going to put a couple 3x on. We'll put 1 window on here because the window is going to seal. So keep that in mind. All right, so there's my pressure vessel here. All right, so I want to essentially add a lot of this stuff. So we'll grab we'll make some mechanics for this. So let's go and I'll put in a fluid port. So the fluid ports are still working. They don't appear to be broken. We don't need those other parts. So that's cool. I like that. All right, so what we're going to do here is we're going to go ahead and we'll take a pump. That will pump out. This will be our outflow valve. And then what was that part called? It was under, there's fluid port end is what it's called, the new part there. And then we're going to go ahead and we'll put an inboard on here. So essentially I'm just going to take all of this. So copy that. We'll move this over. Bingo, bango, bongo. And we'll go ahead and grab this. All right, so that's our inflow and outflow valves on there. We need the same, which I should have put them right next to each other, but we'll grab the whole shebaz again. I need to do it on my airlock. So we have airlock here. Oh, come on. And so we'll test out some of the gauging too on this. So that should be able to go like that. All right, so that is all. This should allow us to do pressurization. I'm going to also do a thing here where we will, we'll do a storage tank system. So now this works. So let's start with this system first, and then I'll show you. So of course in space, we're not going to be able to get it from atmosphere, so we don't want to waste our gas every time. We'll do a gas exchange when I do like the space one. So all right, plumb this here. Plumb this here. Let's check some meters here. So we have a gas meter. Let's put one of these on either wall, and we'll manually read these. All right, manual read that one. Manually read that one's fine there. I'll actually stick on the wall so it's a little bit cleaner. There we go. Paste that. Sorry, it's taking me forever to get to chat, but when I see a question, I'm kind of going into it. So that's kind of what I'm going to try to do this video is I'll go into the mechanics as somebody asks it. So try to just do them in order. So if you have a question, I will get to it. All right, so that should set us up there. Let's put a couple toggles in here. All right, so let's test the mechanics out in here. And I see these are colored. So one thing you can do is I often do this, so color them like that. That way I can see them from the outside. All right, so let's go ahead and start working on this here. All right, so let's first check the pressure in here. So we have, there's air in here. Carbon dioxide. Let's make sure I connected those. I don't think I connected the toggles up. So this one will be in and out. In. Out. Okay. And then these, I want to label these as well. So this one is out, in. Okay. That one is in. This one here will be out. All right. So first test, let's go ahead. We'll make sure that player damage is on. I'll get to chat there when I can. All right, so a little bit of gas exchange going on there. I have 2 gas meters in here now? Okay, whatever. All right, so this is going to be air out. I'm going to turn that on. I'm going to get out of there. So we should be able to read the gas meter here, and as you can see, it is starting to decrease the what we have in there. Carbon dioxide, nitrogen, gas is all going down. As you can see, it's showing us the fluid capacity. We can hold 8,421 liters of gas in this volume there. We try to read some chat as we're going here. Captain, just don't start the game till tomorrow. Why is that? Nope, doesn't disappoint me to have to rework my vehicles. I expected it. You know, that one thing you have to realize is every time they make any big changes in the way that systems work, I'm really happy they changed a lot of these systems. So it doesn't really bum me out that I'm going to have to work on some of my vehicles, and that's why I'm doing testing first. I think a lot of people are jumping right on and just want to play with their vehicles, which I get. But you're going to have to understand the new mechanics, and that's why I'm, I'm getting on, learning them myself, and tutorials is, that will hopefully help people fix their vehicles. But it really doesn't disappoint me that I have to go work on this. Pipe flow rate limit is now more than 75 liters. Oh, that's cool. Don't spawn Triton. Triton doesn't work. We'll see. We'll see what needs to work. I won't be disappointed. Doesn't bother me. So why are you guys saying Triton's done for? I'd like to hear why you think that. You do understand that Triton has no glitches to float, right? There's 0 glitches for Triton to float. Okay, I'm starting to catch up. Oh, got jumped here. I'm trying to catch up. I'm trying to catch the chat just jumped, so I'm trying to catch where it is here. Why is every ship dead? Or is it just every ship that used glitches dead? I'm just catching up on chat here. How's it going there, Rasmus? Nope, not really. I did a multiplayer space event would be months away. I'll check Triton, seeing everybody wants me to check Triton here really quick. I'm at FJ. I'm pumping that volume out. I don't know how long it's going to take to pump the volume out. Those are not sealing right there. Those doors are not sealing, so right now these doors don't seal. Let's fix that for right now. You know, this is one thing, you know, a lot of us have been saying is if you want the physics to be better, you need to be patient for that things are going to break. I have no problem with things breaking. I just fix them. You know, fixing stuff is part of the fun to me. So yeah, doesn't bother me. I'll just fix it. And if they're bugs, they'll get fixed there too. So what I would say is it's probably the mass of the gases is probably what's causing some of these issues they're having here. So gas exchange, gas exchange, gas exchange. Let's see. Curious what the atmospheres are in here, but yeah, this doesn't upset me. I'll fix it. So pump's going. Let's see. I'll keep this running while we're waiting here. This is gonna let me make sure infinite electricity's on. Yeah, let me check the ballast. Starbow, sterns, ports, those are all empties. Okay. Yep. So be some stuff to work on, but doesn't bother me. Just work on it later. I'm always a fan for realism, so if this makes things more realistic, I'm happy. All right, let's go ahead and look in here. We have, so no carbon dioxide, almost no oxygen. We're down to pretty low on gas level here, so let's no clip in there. All right, and we're dying. So as you can see, yep, you have no oxygen in the room, you die. Which makes sense. As they said that, they told us that would happen, so that's to be expected. All right, so let's go ahead and let's actually take I can't do it right now without despawning this. All right, so we have a pressure room here, so let's grab a spacesuit. Exploration gear required for solid space. Low temperature, low pressure oxygen. What's the difference between the two? Not sure the difference between the two here. I didn't go over that part either. I meant to go over that part. But yeah, doesn't bother me that I have to, change things. I assume this works, that they put this in here. So we'll go ahead and come in, close, grab the spacesuit, open this up. Okay, so it looks like we have that new oxygen is the blue bar. So that's in there. Let's go ahead and we'll pump the air out. Air's going out. We'll do that test while I'm reading some chat. Yeah, I bet there's a bunch of errors. There are a lot of people in the community who have a fundamental misunderstanding too of how gases, what the gases weigh. For example, you had some people saying, "Hey, if I put liquid, if I pump more air into my ship, it will float better." No, if you pump more air in your ship, it will float worse. The air is not lifting your ship; it's the displacement around a vacuum. If your ship was full of nothing, it was a vacuum and it was sealed, it would actually float better than with air. So that was one thing some people were not understanding with compressed gas. For example, if let's say you pick up an empty propane tank, it's very light. Now fill that tank with propane, it's very heavy. Gases weigh something, and so a full tank of propane is likely going to will sink lower in water than an empty tank of propane. And if you had nothing in that tank, if it was below 1 atmosphere, it was 0. Let's say you could get a propane tank to 0 to pull a full vacuum, it will float better than if it had 1 atmosphere in there. The thing is that you need that air to keep it inflated so the tank doesn't get crushed. So that's another thing to think about. Yep. I think people need to temper their expectations too. Most games, day one, big updates, always break the game. I fully expect this. I have no intention that it's going to be, or no, I have a complete understanding that it's probably likely that I'm not going to be able to play normally until some things are fixed. I've got a lot of experience with gaming for, 30-something years here. This is, I expect this. There's big breaks in all games the first day something big comes out. And a lot of us have been asking for this. We wanted mechanic changes, we wanted pressurization, we wanted different things. They're going to break a lot of things, and I fully expect it. So, I came in this, instead of getting hyped up that on day one I was going to be able to play a perfectly flawless thing, I hyped myself up for it. Day one, there are going to be a lot of problems. Week one, there are going to be a lot of problems. Even month one, there could be a lot of problems. And so the best thing is to stay calm and to fill out some bug reports. And that's kind of the best thing to do. And if the game's unplayable for you, go play something else for a little while until it gets fixed. That's kind of my whole thing. So, I'm not disappointed that things are broken right now. I expected it. I've been expecting this ever since they announced it, that a bunch of stuff would be broken, and eventually things will change and get fixed. So. Let me see. I'm trying to catch up on chat here. How do I make the pressure equal? I keep dying. I'm doing that test right now. Let's see. How do I pressurize my ship? I keep dying. I'm doing that test right now, so I'll show you. Primary issue is that the liquid inside of tanks, at least custom tanks, have increased in weight by 168%. Okay. All right, so fill out a bug report, put that information in the bug report, the best thing to do is search for it, support the bug reports that are talking about that, and that will, I would recommend people don't go yelling and screaming at the devs. Fill out bug reports. One of the reasons why a lot of developers release patches like this on a Thursday is so that they can work on them on Friday. Escape from Tarkov used to dump a patch on late Friday and then go away for the weekend. And people would struggle all weekend playing the game. And what they started doing was they'd dump a patch on a Monday or a Thursday or something, and then that gives them Friday. So the best thing to do is, likely they're working tomorrow, best thing to do, go on the bug tracker, search for the issue you're having. If you see one there, star it. One thing that I can imagine is frustrating for the devs is if you go on there and you put 200 duplicate things, then it's hard for them to sort through it. The best thing to do is go and search for it. I'll bring the bug tracker up here in a second, but and support the topics that you're having problems with. And they're going to see that, hey, you know, oh crap, we made a mistake with adding too much weight for the liquid. We screwed up a bunch of people's builds. Let's fix that first. Okay, this is the second most populous thing. We screwed up this. Okay, let's fix that second. That's going to be the way to do it. You know, I bet you there are a bunch of people, especially on Steam and Reddit, crying and yelling and screaming and calling them all sorts of names. That is not productive. That's not going to fix the game any faster. That's just going to, you know, just going to sap all their energy. So, recommend go on the bug tracker and support the issues you're having. So, a smaller issue is that all liquid tanks, upon spawning, fill entirely with atmospheric gas, then fill with the desired. Okay. So what you're saying is essentially over-pressuring? Essentially, okay, so, yeah, I might try spawning Triton with empty fuel and liquid tanks, see if what that does. Small prefab tank. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, gaseous leader's good, yeah. Yeah, that's the way they do it, is because we're on Earth, everything tends to be compared to sea level on Earth. So a liter of oxygen is, if you took oxygen, let's say at a room full of oxygen, you open up an empty liter bottle, fill it with a liter of oxygen, close the lid, you now have 1 liter of oxygen at 1 atmosphere. Compress it to 2 atmospheres, you now still have, you have essentially 2 liters of oxygen. Yep. One dev is talking in the official Discord, beginner. They seem to be doing their best putting up with all the hate. Honestly, it seems like there's a disconnect between them and the rest of the dev team, or within. Yeah. Personally, if I were them, I wouldn't even deal with the hate. The best thing to do for them is say, we understand a bunch of things are broken. Anytime we make a big physics change in the game, things are going to break. Please be patient and put all of your issues on the Geometal bug tracker, and we will address them. Thank you for your patience. That's the best thing to do, because, imagine, people yelling at you all day at work, how much you get done. You're not going to work any faster because of it. You're just going to be miserable. Gas liquid cools as it decomposes. Any way to separate gases? Yeah, I may have said it backwards. I can't remember how I said it. Any way to separate gases? I'll have to look at a filter. I wonder if we can remove air and nitrogen in the room. I just no-clipped in the room, so yes. Yep. What is the logo like that pops up in the health bar of man choking? It just showed like a gear. So if we look, my oxygen, my suit's going down. I pulled pretty much a vacuum as much as I can out of this room. So we're down to 0.01 oxygen, and we have a couple trace gases in here. All right, so okay, so let me look back. Who had the issue with how do I pressurize my ship? I keep dying. Okay, Matthew Forrester, this is what we did here. So I have a completely empty volume in here. I should be able to pull this vacuum down pretty low quickly. So as you can see, we're we have very little oxygen here. All right, very simple. Now I'm pumping it in. So it's coming in one of these valves. It's this one. So we're pushing in about around 250 liters per second. It's oscillating about say 200 average. And we're filling up with oxygen here. We have a bunch of oxygen. I go to my suit. I throw the suit on the floor. Yay, I'm now breathing. All right. And then, so now I need to worry about the airlock. So now I have my suit on, right? So what I want to do is let's do the airlock here. I need to be able to control this in here. So let's put airlock controls in here. I need to make a microcontroller. Okay. So to do a quick, let's do it like an equalizer microcontroller. All right, airlock equalizer. Oh, complicated way I'm going to make this here. But anyways, that's all you have to do is pump in air in and out, and that's and then you need to do the same in the airlock. So we'll make a quick airlock panel, why not? All right, panel. Yeah, I'll be making airlock tutorials and everything else, but you know, I think the best thing to do is if you don't want to help with bug reporting and everything else, that's perfectly fine. Take a break. If the game is not fun to you, don't play it. That's kind of always the best thing is, you know, we all get in times when we're not enjoying playing the game we're playing, and you know, it doesn't get any more fun just playing it when you're not having a good time. So I recommend that if you're not having a good time, then take a break. You know, for a lot of people, a lot of builds are going to be broken, and that's how they have their fun is playing with those builds. Take a break. I kind of expected that this was going to be, you know, there are going to be some problems here, and it's best to take a break and, you know, and then move on from there. All right, so it's going to be equalize. You know, like I'm not upset that Triton's broken. I don't care. You know, it's something that it will get fixed eventually, and I'll deal with it when that comes. You know. Composite here. So we have a composite node. This is going to read out all our different things here. And so, let's see. What do we have? Pressure. Let's read. Gas level. What do we have for pressure now? Sensor reading fluid pressure. Okay, let's try it. Let's do a test here really quickly. I want to test this out. So, how am I testing the pressure in here, though? That's the question. Pressure's not really going to... It's probably general gas level. That's the thing is... Interesting. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. Could just do it off gas level. We'll do it off gas level to start with. All right, this will be equalize. I'll do it all on here. All right, and then we want 2 will be gas level. Gas level. All right. Dial's fine. We'll make that 2. And I'll just copy this. But, you know, there have been plenty of games, you know, that they get broken. And if you're not having fun, take a break, go play something else, and then come back to it when it's fun for you again. You know, I have times where my entertainment in the game waxes and wanes, where I'm not having a great time, and I go take a break and come back and having a better time. You know, so I would recommend that to people who are you know, bummed out by some of the things going on right now. Is take a break. You know, I guarantee they're probably going to be working on this. You know, they know they're going to break a bunch of stuff. You know, people act like they don't know anything that's going on. I'm pretty sure that yesterday they were having a panic attack. They're like, oh crap, this, and this are broken. People are going to be pissed. We're going to get tons of complaints. You know, this sucks. But we told them that it's going to come out October 12th. So if it doesn't come out October 12th, they're going to complain at us. So I guarantee you that they know there's a bunch of things wrong. I guarantee you they've known that there's been a bunch of things wrong for months. And that's the nature of it, is things are going to get broken. They need bug reports. If you don't want a bug report, you don't have to, but those who want to help can set up some bug reports, and I'm sure that is helpful for them. So this is number input gas in. That'll be number input gas airlock. This is gas chamber. Okay, and then we want, I need, what am I need, 4? 4. But that's what I recommend to people. You know, be helpful. Go and go tell them what the issue is. You know, support the other topics. Don't make new topics. You know, it is miserable trying to sort through 200 of duplicate things. You know, if you look on the bug tracker, you'll if you search for the thing you're looking for and you find one, it will show you what the duplicate is, and they consolidate it down into one thread. That makes it so much easier for them and everyone else to see what's going on, is to see it in one thread. And that's what I recommend. Go search your issue. I guarantee you there's probably already 20 of them on there with the same issue as you. Support it, give it the star, and they will sit there and they'll say, okay, this is the one that everyone is really upset about. Let's work on this first. All right, this is the one that people are second upset about. Let's work on that next. You know, that would be my recommendation to everybody. All right, so let's see. So that's total gas. So let's see if this is, all right, so if gas in the airlock is less than gas in the chamber, okay. If gas in the chamber is less than the airlock, okay. And then we want to do buttons. Then I should put equalize to the outside. I might not make an automated system yet. Let's work on this. I'm just going to do this with no clipping. This is going to take me a while. It's not really productive. So anyways, these chambers are at, currently they are at atmospheric pressure. All right, so we should be able to go in there and open this, come in. All right, and then what we want to do is, let's say that we have this one. I screwed everything up already. God damn it. I'm trying to make an airlock work here. I know how to do it. It's just I'm like trying to, do I spend the time on it right now? I guess I do. Okay. Update there, and then I want to grab another panel here. You know, and the other thing to consider too is there are a lot of people who play differently. You know, there are some players who go on there and all they ever do is they download something from the workshop. They never build anything, and that's perfectly fine. But that is a big part of the game that they miss out on, that they don't care about, they don't play about. So they're gonna probably be upset, really upset that that they can't just download something in the workshop and have it work, and that's fine. That's the thing that's most important to them. You can have other people who love to build, who, like for me, I love to build. Right now I'm enjoying testing things out. You know, some people hate testing things out. Some people don't ever want to test things out. That's perfectly fine. And so they're not going to be having a good time right now. You know, so it depends. The different groups are going to, some people are going to be enjoying this. Some people are going to be hating this. It's all kind of up to, what am I doing here? Where's this going? All right, daisy chaining this way. Okay. What am I doing here? My daisy chain's confusing me right now. Let me do it fresh. All right, that goes up there. This goes up there. This goes there. Okay, that's why. It's like, what am I doing here? Okay, like that. And so you're gonna have different groups who are having a, you know, having a time here. So let's see. So this panel should be different. So this is going to be equalize to chamber. And then this one here will be equalize to outside. Okay, there we go. And then we'll make this a button. That will be, what are we up to number-wise here? 7? 7. Yeah. All right, so let's try to get this logic going here. So I have a couple equalization setups here. So I need to read the pressure outside. All right, so I need gas off of the external gas. Gas outside. Okay, I'll recheck, guys. I'm just trying to get moving on this. Some people are already asking about airlocks, so. The gas outside is... Okay, so if the airlock is less than that, okay. All right, so those are all my less thans, and then I want some booleans. So I'm trying to make essentially like single button push airlock here, try to get it kind of going. All right, so the first one is if the gas in the airlock is less than the gas in the chamber. So that'd be if the airlock needs to fill. All right, so if the airlock needs to fill, I need airlock in. Okay, good. That's done. And so I'll put my second condition in there in a second, but we'll... all right, so the other one is it is button 1, so panel 1, read on off 1. X and Y, X and Y. All right, X and Y will airlock in. All right. And then I want to do the airlock equalize outside. So this is gas outside. All right. So if the gas outside is less than the airlock, that shouldn't do it. Okay, so if the gas in the airlock is less than the gas outside, and I press, let's see, that will be 2. No, it will be 7. I name 7. 7. All right, so if the gas in the airlock is less than the gas outside, we want to do airlock in. So we'll do an OR, and what are you? Z? Z. Z. All right, so that will give us airlock in. So those are the two conditions to pump the airlock in. If the gas in the airlock is less than the gas in the chamber, and if the gas in the airlock is less than in the gas outside, that will pump us in. So now we need airlock outs. So we'll do knots. Let's just do knots here. Not. There are probably easier ways to do this or quicker ways, but if it works, it works. Check with chat in a second here. All right, so that's going to be our out conditions here, and then I want these. All right, so let's see. If the gas is in the airlock is not greater than the gas in the chamber, i.e. the gas in the airlock is not less, so it's the same or more, then we want to pump out the airlock. And that would be on equalize, airlock to chamber is 1. Okay, that's there, done. Okay. All right, so this one is going to be the same setup, but it's going to be on 7. And this is going to be, did I plug not in? Where did I didn't plug not in. What am I doing here? Where's that? I don't know why I plugged that in. I got to fix this. Screw this one up here. Z there. Let's go through this really quick. If I press the button to equalize, Okay, that was fine. Z is fine. Z can stay plugged. That needs to go. I'll figure that out in a second. I'm going to go take a quick bathroom break, guys. I'll be right back. I'm going to throw you a quick ad, and I'm going to get a new coffee and do that. I'll be right back. I'm back, so I'm going to go ahead and read the chat. Wish I could leave a marker to see where I am in chat. Triton's not working at the moment, but it doesn't have any. Triton has no buoyancy glitches in it. Jet turbines got so hard nerfed they just stall and have like no power anymore. Okay, we'll have to look at that. Again, a lot of these things, you know, if you hear complaining about it, make sure you put in a bug report as well. So. Eventually, I'll build a satellite. That's very premature. This game requires a lot of. If you want to work on this game well, you need to do a bunch of research and testing, and I research and test. So, put a satellite in. I need to do a bunch of research and testing to get a rocket built. Then I need to do a bunch of research and testing to build a satellite. Then I need to do a bunch of research and testing, and then put it in orbit. So that's very premature. How's it going, Cephas? How's it going, Fennec? Yeah, they did new sub-body stuff, so should expect a bunch of the sub-body stuff is probably borked at the moment as well. Did you try going up to a higher altitude, FS? You know, the other thing to think about too is I've lost my train of thought there. Let's see, I'm just reading chat here, so. How are we going to separate O2 and CO2? I would say you might still be able to do it with a. Here, let's do a quick test. I want to take a break from this airlock. It's bugging me. Let's do a quick test here to separate oxygen and CO2. See if we can make a scrubber. That seems like something neat to do. So let's grab a tank of air. Oh, come on. Get out of there, you. Let's see. Tank of air. Okay. Full tank of air. And then I want to take this and go I knew I made it one too short. All right, so let's check that out. I didn't re-seal that, or merge it rather. Let's see if this makes a scrubber. Currently I have 38 liters of CO2. That's leaking everything, so. We did lose, let me see. Try moving that like this. So let's see if a cat will will get rid of carbon dioxide or not. So let's see if the cat will delete or will get rid of carbon dioxide here. Let's get rid of the suit so I'm not burning up the oxygen in it. So it looks like the cat's flowing everything through. See if we have, let's look at the filters. I haven't looked at filters yet. See if they changed filters. I didn't see a change in the filters. So gas relief valve. Did they completely get rid of the filter altogether? They may have. Here's an air filter. So let's see if, that's going to just do air. Okay, so fluid AB, liquid relief valve, okay. So there might not be a way to scrub between them. I thought they said something in the patch notes about CO2. I can't remember. It says burning things are going to create CO2, so if we had a fire, we're going to fill ourselves up with CO2. Perhaps see if there's a tool too. So the cat's not doing it. Let's see what the cat says now, if they made any changes to it. Reduce particle from exhaust, catalytic converter that removes fumes and decrease the number of exhaust particles. So exhaust is essentially just carbon dioxide in game, I believe, from what the patch notes said. So let's try something here. Let's try doing a scrubber. Try to do a recirculating scrubber, see if this will work. Let's see if I can scrub. This is more interesting to me than the airlock. The airlock's simple. It's just me working on normal logic. So airlock is simple. All you're really doing is you're spitting the air out or in. I'll show you. You can make an enclosed airlock if you take an empty tank, put it up here, put a full tank. You're pumping in from the tank or out from the tank. So let's try this. I'm gonna try to see if we can recirculate this to get rid of that. So I'm not sure if a cat will get rid of it or not. Let's just do this. Give me that. Thank you. So I'm curious if we can scrub CO2 like that. That should keep the pressure. So it looks like CO2 is dropping. Yep, that's scrubbing CO2. So there's your CO2 scrubber right there. Notice the CO2 is dropping down, and that's the only value dropping down now. So we're getting rid of the CO2. So it's acting like CO2 filters. So that's cool. Yep, so that's how you're going to get rid of CO2 is just do a recirculating system with catalytic converters. Cats are working as CO2 scrubbers. You notice just the value of CO2 is going down. Overall pressure is going down, of course, because you're removing one element. You're removing the carbon and some of the oxygen molecules, so you're reducing the molecular count. That's essentially what pressure is if you think about it that way. It's how many molecules are in the volume. And so you're removing a bunch of the carbon and some of the oxygen that's bonded to it. So read some chat here. Chat. So that's a neat test there. That was a good idea there to see how to scrub out CO2. So that seems to be working. Also, performance logic FPY has gone down. Let me see. You know, I'm sitting in base, but I have, let's see, FPS 103, logic 62. I'm running solid 62s across the board, which is what I normally run. So it could be different there. Exploration has a big backpack, which I think stores more oxygen. Okay. So does that answer your question there, Lazar? Laser Pro? I think it's Laser Pro. See. Yeah, see, we're down on... So this is your scrubber for carbon dioxide. Use CATs. And just recirculate. So you can put a recirculation loop in there, and then you could port out for actually the room, but this would circulate your CO2. So pretty simple there. An effective CO2 scrubber. Air is very heavy compared to vacuum. Why do fireboxes kill me now? No clue. I had a boat that relied on the pivot glitch so much. If it's patched, my best creation is gone. Well, I think people need to understand that if you're going to use a glitch at any point, it can be patched out. And so, you know, that's like when people are like, "Mom, my game runs really slow," and they say, "Oh, I XML edited the workbench and I made a 300-meter long craft." Of course, it doesn't work well. The game was not made for that. So, does it suck that your craft doesn't work? Yeah. But also, you know, if you are using a glitch, by definition, a glitch is something not intended to be in the game, and at any point they could patch it out. You know, that should always be in the back of your mind when you're doing a glitch. Is this could be edited, this could be patched out at any point. So that's why it doesn't frustrate me. Is I have a bunch of builds that use the pivot glitch. Okay, I bent the rules of the game, and the rules of the game changed, and now it doesn't work. So it doesn't really bother me. It's some of my builds I'll go back and fix, some of them I won't, you know. But I'll build new builds that are cool, you know. Yeah, how's it going there, CFAS? Yes, you should be able to build satellites, CFAS. Satellites could be useful. I don't know the ranges and the distances, but you know, one thing, again, not everything has to be useful. You know, a lot of things can be fun. You know, a big part of this game, the main part of this game, a part of this game that you know, some people don't play, but what this game is like, some people say, oh, this is a search and rescue game. In my opinion, this is not a search and rescue game. This is a building game. It's a building and engineering game. Search and rescue is a theme. Space is a theme. Industry is a theme. Oil spills are a theme. Weapons are a theme. The game, and where this game shines above all else, as far as I'm concerned, is it is a building game. You know, and so building things that are not quote-unquote useful is fine. You know, not everything has to be productive. You know, for example, when you go and you spend a day watching a sports game, that's not productive, but it's fine because you enjoy it. And so, you know, for example, building a satellite might not interest you, but for somebody else that might interest you. So, you know, and that it's a building game. So if they enjoy building satellites, build one. You know, and there are probably some cool things you can do with the satellite. For example, you know, let's say you're sending a video transmission from the moon back to Earth, okay? And if the moon is going to rotate around the Earth, you would need to have a bunch of satellites that beam the video signal from the moon to the satellite back to Earth. And so that could be fun. I've done that in Kerbal, where, for example, if the Earth is facing away from the moon, you can't talk to your ship. And so what do? I build geostationary satellites that are in geostationary orbit, and the moon talks to satellite 1, which talks to satellite 2, which talks to satellite 3, then beams it down to Earth. You know, so that's the thing in a building game, is it's, you know, for a lot of people, just building the stuff is fun. I understand people are disappointed that a bunch of their stuff broke, but this is kind of, I would say, I expected this. I think a lot of people expected this. A lot of people expected that anytime you make a big change, you need to think about how much stuff they changed. They added a huge mechanic of gas pressurization to this. So there's a huge chance for that to break a bunch of stuff. So a bunch of stuff is going to be broken. You notice my doors weren't sealing on Triton because the pressure was misaligning the doors. That's one of the reasons why a bunch of gas came shooting out of Triton. So, I expect that, the game will be a mess for at least a week. Game could be a mess for a month. I expect it. It doesn't bother me. If I'm not enjoying playing, I'll go play something else, and it'll eventually get fixed, And the best thing to do is just, fill out some bug reports if you want. And if you don't, take a break, go play another game, and come back when things are fun again for you. Yep, like Rasmus was saying, as a developer, I can confirm that I many times have asked if feature A, B, or C is the most important one. I'll bring up the bug tracker here in a second. I'm not logged into it if I do it this way, but we'll bring it up. I guarantee you this thing's filling up with stuff right now, and that's good. That's people going to where they've asked to do it, and so like here, whenever you no-clip besides a rocket in space, it disappears. Liquid tanks spawn with excessive amounts of atmospheric gas. Let's click on that one. All right, now likely, if you look down here, this is where they'll put the duplicates. Sorry, guys. Why is display capture not? Okay, display capture working. If you look down here, it will show duplicates. If you're having this problem and you want it fixed, go up here, click on the star. Because the easiest thing for them to do is to look and see defects. What are our star counts? I bet they, we can't sort by stars, but I bet they can. And they look and they say, oh, this one has 500 stars. This one's really important, This one is not productive and helpful. Moon surface black when you're approaching. If you have this issue, look, there's a picture here. You can go ahead and look at the picture. If you're having that problem, start. That's what's going to get things fixed. Jet exhaust, what's this one about? Jet exhaust, I assume, has unintended particles. Okay, that's a reasonable thing. Show them how it's not working. That is not a sentence. I don't get what that is. Jet exhaust, bug list report. Don't know how to turn gas into liquid. What? I don't know how to turn gas into liquid. Okay. Problems with the compressed gas mechanic. So, again, ship's sinking when he spawns in, so I bet we're going to get a bunch of those, as you can imagine. Don't know exactly if it's the pressure, but every time I spawn a large ship, they capsize now. Either way, you should have this creation be pressurized when they first spawn in. So again, these look like all duplicates. Duplicates are not helpful. If you go in here and you click in here, I'm not logged in, but you should be able to comment, and you say, I'm getting the same thing, and star it. That's a good way for them to, because you see how long it takes me to go through and just see things? Like, here's another one. Don't know if it's the new update, but now my boat is sinking, but the day before the update, it was not the case. Okay, see right here? This is one of the most effective things you can do. Come in here, look, stars. Mine's doing it too. Star it. I'm not logged in, so it's not going to show, but star it, and then say, yep, same here. Put a picture. Do as much as you can to help them out. That's going to show, hey, this thing is very important. If we look through there, that right now is the #1 issue, or the #1 thing issue people are having there. Problem with nearly all creations, not a great title. Subs are now broken. All the ships don't float anymore and/or flip. So this should be part of that. Instead of making a new topic, do this, because if you look, that's 9 plus 8, right? So that's 17. So this should have 17. So eventually the devs will consolidate these, but that's more work for them, which I'd rather them work on the game than do this, All right, so you see here's so this is essentially, see this, like this person's getting off topic. Like keep it on topic to one topic of when I spawn a ship it sinks and it used to not sink. That's helpful to the devs. They can see, okay, this is the main problem people are having. Water vaporation isn't affected by pressure. Jet engines, I don't know. Let's see what this one is. After the update, jet engines now fail at 1 kilometer height. They lose their thrust. So really, we should be losing oxygen, I would say, above 15,000 feet is what they should be doing. See, tanks are losing pressure very quickly even when sealed. I'm not having that problem. C, not dense enough. That's okay. But yeah, so this is, highly recommend go in here and start, if you're having a problem, search it and start. That's how, if you want your problem fixed, that's how to do it, frankly. Yeah, so this seems to be working. We're down, carbon dioxide is down to 14.3. We started up around, I think we were around 30 when we started. So this answers that scrubber question. Let's read some more chat. Let's see. Fluid filter doesn't work. I actually want to check the fluid filter. My game not... It looks like it took the filter out. Probably because it's cheating. Essentially, it's now you can get around intended game mechanics. I would say is why they got rid of the filter. See, I think the way that they talked about the filter, it sounded the whole time they were talking about the filter like it was a stopgap for what they're eventually doing. Like if you read between the lines, like I read the patch notes every week when I do the video, and so you start to see kind of a coherent theme. It seemed like you could kind of look back and see that they were hinting at a pressurization update for a while now. So that's probably what that's all about. Then, Oofer, then go take a break, man. Why are you sitting here stewing and complaining about it? Is that making your day better or worse? If it's not making you happy, go take a break. Go touch grass. Go see the sun. If you're not enjoying it, then don't do it, man. Yeah, like Stalemate's comment here is good. I see many tracker issues where people state the symptoms of the issue without being descriptive or investigating anything. Boat doesn't float, etc. I'm working on some issues. Yep. You have to be specific. You have to try. Listen, if you actually want the problem to be solved, you have to be constructive in your bug report. You need to say, "This is what's happening." Here, I'll do one right now. All right. So we go over here. Spawn Triton. All right, so first thing I noticed, those doors used to seal. They don't seal anymore, so this is probably full of water. As you can see, water's pouring in, air is coming out. Those doors used to seal. Those doors are no longer sealing. All right, ship has sunk. All right, those are all things to put in there. Taking a picture of it, taking a video of it, coming out, taking a picture of it, taking a video of it. These are all things that actually help the developers to figure out what's going on. That is Triton today. I have a picture of a screenshot I took a couple days ago of Triton. You put those in, you do a constructive post. My ship used to sink. Now my ship used to float fine. Now it's sinking. The door panels used to seal on the 2 hatches on the deck. They're now letting air out. You can see the pressure escaping and water flowing in. They're no longer sealing. The ship seems like it has lost buoyancy. I even fill the hatches up with block, and the ship is still sinking. That's how you put some pictures in there, help the devs out, because there's one thing about complaining and actually trying to be helpful. If you want to rant, that's fine, but if you actually want to help them get this fixed, then you need a detailed bug report. That's kind of the comment there was, that a bunch of people are not putting descriptive things. You'll notice in a lot of the closed bug reports that the devs say could not reproduce. And somebody would be like, my ship doesn't float, and the devs will close it, not enough information. And the devs will even, I've seen them reach out there multiple times. They'll be like, can you give me some more information, some screenshots, this or that? And the person will never respond to them, and they'll say issue closed, person didn't respond. At that point, it's not on them, because they were trying to get more information from you. So for example, like here, I sealed the hatches, I did a little test, still sinking, so it's not that. So you can say that, hey, yesterday my ship was floating fine, I even sealed my door hatches, and it is now not floating. And as you can see, we already have a bunch of bug reports for that. So it's better to just star somebody else's and add your commentary to it. Yeah. I'm doing okay, Lakota. How are you? Do not file my DVIRs. Nope, no DVIR today. Yep, it's gonna be a buggy mess. Probably, I would say, for at least a couple weeks. It's a lot of stuff for them to fix. And you need to understand, a lot of people, they have no engineering experience, they have no mechanical experience, and the things they build are for example, you've had a lot of people lately talking about, I want more realism, I want more realism, I want more realism. Not necessarily this is 100% real, but you're going to get a situation where there are some people who, and myself included, who sometimes overestimate how much we know about how things realistically work. I see a lot of people who are having issues with airplanes, an area where I have a lot of knowledge, and they don't know much about airplanes. And so if the devs made it super realistic, then that person would never be able to make an airplane either. So, it's going to take them some time to get this fixed. And then also, you're going to see what aspects sounded good and then turned out in practice not to be very good. For example, it was a cool idea for the old gearboxes. People still ask this today if we put in gearboxes. The 3 gearbox, why do we have 3 gearboxes? This one had the lowest torque limit, this one had a medium torque limit, that had the highest torque limit. And so for some vehicles, you needed a larger gearbox just because you were putting so much torque through it. It sounded like a cool idea, but the problem was you might need if you have a really powerful helicopter, you might need this gearbox sitting right up on top of the rotors. And now you see you need an absolutely enormous helicopter. So the devs took that out of there because, to have a 25 mass sitting on the top of your helicopter sucked, so it's nice to be able to have 1x1s. So, some of these ideas might sound good in theory, and then they get in the game and that doesn't work. So there's going to be a bunch of that where the devs thought that was a good idea and they realized, what, in practice that's not a good idea. So, but patience is going to be the best way. And if you're not having a good time with the game, take a break, because that's a good way to get burned out and just be miserable, Let's see. I'm trying to see where I am. Chat keeps moving itself on me. Let's see. I said hello to Lakota. How's it going, Tripper? Jason Wall, you're going to be nice or you're going to leave? KSB is literally no correlation. Yeah, this is one thing that, the devs could have reached out to me and been like, hey, we know you're a pilot. Why don't you what altitude should we start doing the what altitude should we start really cutting down air? Now this is the problem is, let's bring up the game map here really quick. So this is kind of the problem here is, I thought I did that already. I think I opened the save again. So for example, this is something new too. You notice the borders of the map now. But this is something to consider too, let's put a waypoint there. Where the hell's the waypoint? The 3D waypoint not working? What's that all about? Anyway, so that's like 45, I'd say 50 nautical miles from here to here, right? So that's about 50 nautical miles. All right. Now, if I was going to fly an airplane 50 nautical miles, let's say I was going to fly a commercial jet 50 nautical miles, I've done it. We go up to about like maybe 15,000 feet before we have to come down because the distances are so short. So in real life, you can go up to about 40,000 feet before you're really needing a jet and the compression. Well, that's not necessarily true. About high 20s, you're probably doing all right with a supercharged engine. About 15 to 20, you're starting to struggle if you don't have a supercharged or a turbocharged engine. And then you're starting to get over 30, you're really starting to need some sort of turbine. And then if you want to go really high, you're really, really needing to have some more advanced tech to get the engines to operate. For example, the U2 is up like 70, 80,000 feet. U2 was in the coffin corner the entire time. So if they slowed down 5 knots, they stalled. If they sped up 5 knots, they oversped. And so the issue is this. So like, when should oxygen starvation start to happen in game? Now, I like realism, so I would say 60,000 feet. 65,000 feet is when you need a spacesuit for the Armstrong line. The Armstrong line is 65,000 feet. And so if you're in a jet, you need to wear essentially a pressure suit to go over that because your body literally cannot do gas exchange at that point, and without a spacesuit, you will not live at 63,000 feet. So could they do that in game? Yes, but everything's on a smaller scale, so you'd have to bring things down. So this is the problem is they have to come into a balance where, for example, I want to be able to go up to 40,000 feet in my jets, or let's say 30,000 at most. It's pretty useless for me to go up to 30,000 feet. I've done it plenty of times a game. I come up to 30 and I go right back down because the distances are so short. So let's say they cut it in half. 15 would be reasonable. So you say, okay, go up to 15. And they say, hey, listen, we know that, a plane wouldn't oxygen starve at 15,000 feet, but the distance is so short in game, we made it less. But that's going to be an issue, I think. So, I don't even know the right answer. What is the right altitude to do? Because, if you want to do it realism's sake, you say, okay, plus 60,000 feet, let's say you need a supercharger over 15, you need some sort of turbine over 30. And then over 60, you're really like, you're pressing it. You're pushing it. You're not going to be able to get up over 60. That would be realism. Okay, let's say you cut it in half for the game. So you say, okay, normally aspirated will go to 7,000 feet. You need to have a supercharger up to, 15. And then above 15, you're going to need a turbine. All right, so that would be kind of the range for that. That's what I would do in game. So what are you guys saying it is now? Like you're at 1,000? 1 kilometer, something like that. What did you say? Let me read your chat. Who was it? Was it Rasmus? Let me see. I'm trying to see. Somebody was talking about the altitude of that. 6 kilometers. You have to convert that. I need to know it in feet. Cam to feet. All my aviation stuff's in feet. 6 kilometers. Yeah, so 6 kilometers, 19,000 feet. So at 19,000 feet, you'll need supplemental oxygen over 15,000 feet. So if you go over 15,000 feet legally, you need supplemental oxygen. So over that, you're really going to start to struggle if you don't have a IRL turbocharged or supercharged reciprocating engine. And a turbine, you should be fine going over 19,000 feet. So that makes sense to me. That's not too bad, actually. That's a reasonable distance at 19,000 feet. Let me see your exact quote on that, because I haven't tested any of my plane stuff. Wish I could leave a marker where I am in chat. It's hard to go back. Yeah, so I'm not. That's actually not too bad of a height. You know, again, this is the problem, Rasmus, is they're trying to balance realism and the game being small. You know, again, that's like, you know, the Arctic is only 50 nautical miles away from the desert. You know, so you figure this is equatorial and this is Arctic, and it's only 50 nautical miles. And so, you know, that's a tiny distance. So to go up a high altitude, to go up to 60,000 feet doesn't make sense to go here, or to go up to 30,000 feet. Like literally when I was doing cap air, I'd fly from here to here and I would hit 30,000 feet and instantly have to come down. And I would have to go at unreasonably high VSI rates to go up and down to get to 30,000 feet. So to say 19,000 feet is where you like is, so imagine 19,000 feet is what 40,000 feet would be. So that's actually not too bad if you think about, they might be doing that the altitude is thins twice what it does IRL. So that would make sense. So that's, you know, again, they're never going to be able to make everybody happy with that because, like, for example, I would love to be able to go up to 40,000 feet, but why? Like, literally, I like to go up to 40,000 feet, but there's no place on this map that makes sense for me to go up to 40,000 feet for. You know, legitimately IRL, when we used to do these short flights, like we'd fly Chicago to Green Bay or something, we'd literally fly like 50-mile routes out of Chicago. And we would go up to like 15,000 feet and immediately come back down. So these types of distances, IRL, you're even, you know, even in a jet where we want to go up high for efficiency, like you just don't have the time because you're climbing at, let's say, maximum probably climb out 1,000 feet per minute. So if you're going, let's say you're going 180 knots. Our climb out was 200, so that's 3 miles per minute. So you're doing 3 miles per minute, and you need to go up to 30,000 feet. So you're talking that's 30 minutes. So you're doing 90 miles. So that means that if we were going standard rate climb out, we'd be here before we get to 30,000 feet. Well, of course, that doesn't make any sense. We're going here. So if you say, okay, we're going to do 3 miles per minute, and we're going to go to 15,000 feet, it's going to take us 15 minutes, and that's going to be 45 miles. So we're going to be here at 15,000 feet on a standard rate climb out. All right, that doesn't make any sense because now we have to come right back down. We're already on top of Tajan. So you say, let's go to 10. So that's going to take you 10 minutes to get up to 10,000 feet. That's going to be 30 minutes. So we're going to be about here. So like if we do a standard rate climb, we're talking probably 8,000 feet to get up to the Arctic. So climb to 8,000 feet and then come right back down. So that would be using realistic climb rates, realistic, you know, times to give us our altitudes. So if you're suffocating at 19,000 feet, that makes sense with the scale of the game. So, you know, again, like I said, I would love to be able to go up to 40,000 feet, but with the scale of the game, it doesn't make much sense to go up that high, you know. And they do have to balance this too. You're going to have players who, if they have to sit and do quote unquote nothing for more than a minute, they're going to be like, I'm so bored. And then you're going to have people like me who could sit there and just like watch the ship just go for like 10 hours and be happy. So I think that's a reasonable compromise. I don't think that's terrible to say 19,000 feet because 6 kilometers is almost 20,000 feet. So that's not too bad. So I'll have to do I'll do a jet test here in a second. We'll see how that works, but that's not too bad. Yeah, you know, I gotta agree with Simon's comment. He goes, I'm just saying I like Stormworks' attempt to make unique game mechanics. I do hope they polish it. Yeah, you know, I get everybody's thing. It would be nice if it was polished. You know, every DLC has come out beginning of October. I would say this, try to look at it from their perspective as well, is why does the DLC come out in October? It's a new product before the holidays. This is we're coming up on the time when people tend to buy Christmas presents. Steam starts to do their fall sale. They do their winter sale. This is when the game sells. You know, GeoMeta, I would say, has the analytics from Steam that tells them when most people buy their game. and they need to be able to advertise the game, and they also want to get it to be as bug-free as possible before the sales start, which would be in December or around December. So probably November is when the winter sale starts, I think, for Steam. So a lot of those things that we as consumers may not think about, they as a business have to. They have to say, this game needs to be reasonably polished by this point so that we can get our sales in, so that we can not go bankrupt, essentially. And so that's important as a company to consider, where us as consumers, we can say, oh, well, they shouldn't have this out until it's ready. I agree to a certain extent. Yeah, would it have been, let's say they held it for 2 more months. Well, guess what? They missed the Christmas sales, and they go out of business. So that's something I think people have to consider as well. Is, yeah, I guarantee you they would love to put this out as a perfect product every time. Of course they would. But they have other pressures that we don't have, that we may not really care about as a consumer, that they need to make sure that they survive as a company, and part of that being that they need to make sure that, for example, the DLC gets out before the Christmas season. So that doesn't mean much to us, but that means a hell of a lot to them, that if they don't get this game out before the Christmas season, they're screwed. So I would say that's why I don't have too much, I don't agree too much with holding these things back, is, and to a certain extent, I understand people's complaints that we are the bug testers now. But especially for small developers, there would be no small games if they couldn't release them in a buggy state and have the community test them, because they just can't afford to have a bunch of bug testing. They can't afford to put the product on the shelf for 6 months and get it perfect. And it sucks, but, need to have a dose of realism sometime with some of that. Are we on? I think we're up. Okay, we're up and running. This one I have to actually make sure the APU bleeds are initialized properly, so there's my fire test. Let's see, hydraulics A and B. This one, if I don't have the hydraulics on, we will crash. So let's go. Parking brake release. Flaps are 1. So we'll go do a quick test on this. 6 kilometers, 19,000 feet. I don't think that's too bad. That's actually right on the money for almost a 2-to-1. So you say real life, like the Embraer 145, we could only go up to 37,000 feet. There was a CRJ crew. I think the CRJ is rated up to 41. So the CRJ crew, I think they took their plane up to like 45,000 feet, and they blew up both engines, and I think they got the engines back, but they cheated the altimeter to get the airplane to go over 40,000 feet. Over 41, and it went up to, I think, 45,000 feet, and they flamed out both engines and were like nearly crashed. So you figure, so let's say 45,000 feet, 40,000 feet for a lot of regular. Oh, what's up here? What happened here? What did I do here? I just stalled out a little bit here. What did I do? So if that's the case, if it's 19,000 feet, that's not too bad. Did I trim? I trimmed it. Okay, I trimmed my throttle. That's what my problem was there. I accidentally was holding the Alt key, and I trimmed up my throttle. Maybe I am exhausting it. Let's see. Yeah, so like if this is exhausting my turbines, that's ridiculous. But like Rasmus said, 6 kilometers. So that's kind of, we'll see what's going on here. I'd love it if they put out more polished DLCs, but, I think one thing I would like to say to them is to publish how many people are on their team, because I think that changes a lot of perspective too. Is if they have, if they have 4 people on their team, you say, okay, that's reasonable that they come out with something that's a little bare bones, or it's a little bit unrefined. If they don't, if they have like 200 people on their team, you have issues. That's one of the reasons why I get kind of pissed off about Star Citizen, is they have like 1,600 people on staff right now, and they have $600 million. And so, I tend to be more critical of them because they have a ton of money and a lot of people, and I tend to be less critical of Stormworks because one, this is a niche game for a small number of people will play this type of game, and they have like I think 4 or 5 devs at most, and so you kind of have to expect that they don't have a ton of people, and it's a niche game. It's not a huge money maker, so trying to see what's up with this. So it does look like I am really losing a lot of performance right now. Let's see. I'm trying to do some testing here. Let's go 1,000. So what I should have done is put a pressure gauge on there and read what the atmosphere is doing. Trying to see what my engines are doing here. So it seems like if I get down to like 500 feet, I'm starting to gain airspeed. So I don't know what the deal is. Like, this is ridiculous. If this is where the engines are just not breathing, yeah, that's a mess. So we can do some tests with this. Let's do this. So I know the mountains are about 1,200. So let's do this. Let's do a couple tests. So that could be an issue with that. So let's see. I think the easiest way to do it's going to be this. Let's go. Take a tank. Take a small tank. I don't think I need the relief valve, but make a little test thing here. That's the one. I filled it with air. I don't want to fill it with air. Let's see. All right, let's see what I'm trying to make a little bit of a essentially an atmospheric tester here. So 0 atmospheres. So we'll look at the quantity here, and this should read out atmospheres to us. So this should work like a little altimeter as well. Yeah, so looks like it's really artificially low, but like I said, if it was 20 grand, I think 20 grand is fine. Yeah, I think the subs will be really cool. Like, for example, for me, I've had little interest in submarines. Now I have a lot more interest in submarines. So if we look at this, the pressure is at 0.99. Oxygen is 9.5. Okay. Let's save this here. So this is our Atmos tester. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's go add-on editor. Atmos test. Okay, let's go mission locations. I want to find out. I think they redid this. Yeah, they did. Look, this is all new. See, now we can sort. This is awesome. This is a good quality of life update right here. That's cool, man. Because this is a big pain before having to do this. Let's do this really quick. I want to fix this Atmos tester here. Let's do altimeter and stick that on there. Let's do that. Save that. Nice. All right, now let's go back in and that's cool. That makes it so much easier because it was kind of a before you had to like scroll, and it was miserable to scroll all that. Now we don't have to scroll. Try to find the high point here. There's the volcano center. Okay. So let's go and let's get up on the rim of this volcano. All right, let's grab a vehicle. We'll grab our atmosphere tester here. Stick it there. All right. And we'll go ahead and we'll save this as Atmos tester. All right, we'll load it. Atmos tester. We'll test the location. I will teleport up there. Hope we don't break our leg. I'm going to take off player damage. I don't need it on. Let's find our atmospheric tester here. So we're up. We'll see the altimeter in a second here. There it is right there. All right, so we are currently at 295 meters, which is, around 1,000 feet. So about where the plane was having issues. Tank is empty. So we're at 0.99 last time. I forget what the oxygen... Looks like the oxygen is about the same. All right, so the difference is 0.03 atmospheres. So that makes sense for 1,000 feet. Let me see what the atmospheric lapse rate is. Atmospheric lapse rate. Let's see. About 2 degrees per thousand. Yeah, so the lapse rate's really high on normal here. I'm just searching some rates here. Just trying to find standard atmosphere. I forget the conversion. I used to know all this stuff. I forget. It has it in blaze pascals, which isn't helpful. I could do it in helipascals. 1 helipascals. Standard pressure at sea level is 1013. Okay. In millibars. I'm trying to see what the rate is for altitude change. I'm trying to compare it to IRL. All right, let's see. Atmospheric pressure per 1,000 feet. Used to know all these things, now I don't. All right, so the you do it in PSI, and I could convert it, I guess. Let's see, calculate altitude from air pressure. I don't want to do that. Actually, let's do that first. So let's do, we'll do atmospheres. So 1 atmosphere at sea level, and then we'll do standard temperature. And then let's do altitude 1,000 feet. And I want atmospheres. So 0.89 atmospheres. Let's actually, we're at, what are we? Let's do it in meters. Might as well. We have an altimeter here. So that's 295. So 295 meters. Calculate. What the hell? 295. Calculate. Okay, so that's actually, it looks like it's on the money. It's showing me standard atmospheric change from for an altitude of 295 feet is 0.97. And we're at 0.965, so it looks like they're doing the real atmospheric pressure change. So that makes sense. Okay, so that doesn't seem like that's all screwy. That seems like they went with that. So it looks like, I wonder if they're just having an oxygen problem. Trying to check chat again here. Yeah, I think it's going to be really cool for subs and other enclosed vehicles like that, because you're going to be able to pressurize air to be able to feed your engines. You're going to have to, like you saw, I could clean carbon dioxide, but it took time. So you can put in scrubbers. So like all these things are cool for an engineering perspective, and a lot of people, they don't like this stuff because they don't care about building. Like you see a lot of that, you see people who, they only like to take things off the workshop, and that's fine, but that's like saying, well, I play baseball, but I don't like hitting the ball. I just like running the bases. You could do that. You can be a pinch runner, but you're missing most of the game. And so, I enjoy that part of the game. I enjoy like building the scrubbers. I like testing the scrubbers. Like I'm having a blast just testing this stuff out. And I understand for a lot of people, they don't like that and they're annoyed they have to fix their builds, and I get it, but, I think they should make experimental version for public. I'd agree with that. I think the issue is they would have had to have this come out in summer, as a test branch. I think it's going to, they'd have to have this come out in the summer as a test branch, which I'm not opposed to. I think having a test branch, a lot of games, the test branches break down because the testers aren't really putting out quality testing content. You know, you have some people who do some fantastic testing who come out and they spend a lot of time on it and they do detailed write-ups and they do really good stuff on that. I'm all for them having a test branch and having an experimental branch. You know, but the other thing too is that's a lot of work on their part as far as infrastructure. You know, they need somebody running the test branch. They need somebody to curate who are our testers, who are not. They need somebody to read all the test reports. So if you have somebody who writes up a 10-page write-up for the bug test and is like, oh, this is 2 decimal places off, which really doesn't matter. You have to dig through it. So they may just not have the big enough team for that as well. So, you know, I would love it if they would do it, but they may just not have the resources to do it, you know. Yep. So one thing I want to test out is I want to test out a like a diving bell and a moon pool would be cool too. All right, so I miscalculated previously. Liquids are now 262% heavier, not 168. So let's do a test. I was hoping somebody would figure that out. Let's go here. So if you guys don't know this, this is the best way to test something out. Like if you need to test out a build or something, do a add-on, and then if you click here where it says test location, it will pop right in. So if you need to test something like that, do it like that. It's so much quicker. Like I've done other ways. This seems to be the quickest way for me. That's how I like to do things like that now. What is this? That is emergency. Okay. Well, let's see. How's it going there, Sergeant Chaos? I'm way late on chat. Yeah, so that would make sense. Stalemate. Let's test that out. You know, so that is the Stalemate's comment there. That is the type of thing that should be helpful to the devs, is to say, you know, I've found out that I'll read Stalemate's thing. Miscalculated previously. Liquids are now 262% heavier. So that right there, it tells the devs likely, you know, like if I was a dev trying to fix this issue, I would say, okay, that makes perfect sense. People are spawning their vehicles with a lot of diesel. Triton has 172,000 liters of diesel, and it has about 172,000 liters of water for ballast. And so if Triton has 172,000 liters of water, and it has 172,000 liters of diesel, water is 8 pounds per gallon, diesel is 6.7 pounds per gallon. Sorry about the imperial units. But, you know, you figure now the whole ship is, you know, the vast majority of Triton is now 262% of what it should be. It's 262%, is that what we said? Yeah, 262%. So let's take the diesel out of the tanks here. Because likely one of Triton's issues, not that it's its only issue, is that most of its diesel is in the stern, and it has an absolute ton of diesel. So that is absolutely something they need to fix. So like Stalemate's comment, if he put that in one of the bug tracker posts saying, hey, you know, a lot of us are having problems with our boats not floating anymore that used to float, I think it's because, you know, the liquids are 262 times heavier than they used to be. You know, that helps. So this now has no liquid in it. Let's make sure. You know, like somebody's post, they said, oh, my ship is rolling over now. It used to not roll over. That's not the best information, because your ship's rolling over because, you know, it's misaligned now. You know, so like that is helpful information to know that the liquids are that much heavier. So like Triton has a butt ton of weight on it. Like that's all weight in there. So I'm just going to do a quick test here and see where we're at as far as that's concerned. Like you see how much weight block is in here. Like that is what I'm looking at in this. That's like people wonder how, you know, I can unload containers and stuff. No problem. Is it's ballasted like a mother. Yeah, so we'll play with this a little bit. I want to see if I can float this. You know, and I think one of the things that kind of sucky if people, I don't have symmetry on. One thing that's going to be kind of sucky is if people are doing build challenges. It's one of the reasons why I didn't start into the build challenges. I would hold off on build challenges until, you know, we knew that a big update was coming out that was going to change a lot of stuff. It's not a good time to do a build challenge. I'm not doing any right now until kind of figure out at least what's going on with this and what's staying, what's going, because there are going to be things that go, and if you put a constructive criticism in the proper channel on the bug tracker, that's going to be the best way to get things to get fixed in a positive direction. So I took a bunch of mass out. I wish I'd checked the mass before. We're down to 96,000 pounds, or 96,000 would be kilograms, I guess. So yeah, so it definitely seems like I would say a lot of the issue is going to be with what's in there as far as air. It looks like wherever there's air, the air is very heavy as well. Because you notice I took a lot of the mass. There's pretty much no mass underneath now. And so this is all full of air. I would say that the air is now super heavy too. So that would make sense to me that is part of what's going on. So, bug tracker, put some posts in there. I would say that's why we're having a lot of issues. Can you make simple ballast with pressure? Yeah, I'll have to look at that. Date of the stream is wrong. It's the 12th. What did I put on there? Yeah, that was from, I never edited it. Thank you. I'll fix that. It always takes the day before us too, so thanks for letting me know on that. Appreciate that, Jackson. Take a look at the directional antenna. ABD, 100,000 kilometers? Is it 100 or is it 10,000? 10,000 kilometers? What's up, Sergeant Chaos? No, I hard disagree with duplicate posts. The whole point of the star system is so that you star the post. That's just bugging them, saying the same thing 200 times in different places. You're paying somebody at the company to sit there and sort through duplicates and then consolidate duplicates and put all the duplicates into one thread and then changing over the star count to now reflect all the duplicate star count. That is a waste of developer time. If you had one thread and it has 1,000 stars and it has 1,000 comments in that one thread, that is better than having 1,000 individual threads. The devs are like, what is this person trying to say? What is this person trying to say? What is this person trying to say? People will self-sort by saying, oh, that's the issue I'm having. Then they'll say, yup, me too, instead of ship don't work. Because you'll literally, like you look on the thing, people will be like, ship don't work, ship used to work. Well, that's not helpful. But if they put ship don't work, ship used to work in the one that says that my ship is now less buoyant than it used to be, then okay, when this person says ship don't work, they mean my ship is less buoyant than it used to be. So I don't agree with having just a bunch of that stuff. That's not helpful. It's just you're trying to sort through a bunch of garbage instead of, it's like having a file folder full of your bills and having bills all over the house. That doesn't help me pay my bills. What helps me pay my bills, I go pull the file folder out and then I sort through my bills instead of having the bills thrown all over the house because it's likely I missed some bills because it's a mess. How does fuel storage work for liquid rocket engines? Let's take a look. All right, let's look. Liquid rocket engines. Let's grab this one here. All right, we'll paste it like this then there, ding dong. All right, so here's one of the liquid rockets. Click on it. Can't click on it. Okay, that's good to know. Let's see. We have hydrogen and oxygen. And let's check nodes. We have ignition. We have gimbal Z and X. And what's that? That is throttle. All right. So I would say you have to build a custom tank, is probably what I'm thinking. So let's try something here. You know, I kind of fully expected that this is going to be a downtime where, you know, things are going to need to be fixed. It's kind of a, I kind of expect that. This is, you know, anytime, you know, a lot of people were talking about this, they were warning about this. This was going to be a big time when, if big things change in the way the game works, big things are going to break, and it happens in a lot of games, you know, and it's definitely here with that. All right, so we can't spawn that in. One thing that makes sense is a lot of this, I think they're trying to have us, like the fuel system, we can't just spawn with fuel anymore. So that makes sense. So let's go ahead, and what we'll do is this. Let's take a, I actually want to do this too, so we'll do two things here. Let's do gas. So we'll take gas meters, and we'll put a couple gas meters here in pink. All right, gas meters are in there. And then, I don't know if we have to actually pump in these, but I'll put pumps in here. Oh, don't do that. All right, so what's top tank? Top tank is oxygen. Bottom tank is going to be hydrogen. All right. Just saw it. There we go. All right. All right, now let's do, we'll actually do some other cool stuff here too. If I could stop flicking the camera around, that would be fantastic. So we'll test out the electrolyzer as well, the jazzerciser. All right. So they said fresh water. So again, I've been kind of reading into some of these updates they've been doing. Again, you know, I read them every week, so I kind of have a little bit more of a coherent narrative just because I read them every week. And so one thing is like people are like, why are you putting out a desalinizer? This makes sense now. You can only turn fresh water into hydrogen and oxygen. And so likely what you're going to need to do is you're going to need to desalinize to then get hydrogen oxygen. Well, if you're in a submarine, you're going to need to desal the water, and then you're going to need to do electrolysis. So that makes sense to me why they had the desal out earlier. So let's do, I assume these stack. So essentially you're doing positive and negative nodes on these IRL, and you're and that is splitting the atoms, splitting the molecules. Molecules is more accurate. So we'll do a toggle here. Put it right here is fine. So this will turn on all the hydrolysis essentially. So we'll turn the hydrolysis on. All right, and then what I want to do is let's pump off. How are we splitting oxygen and hydrogen? Interesting. I'm trying to think. How are we splitting oxygen and hydrogen? Because we don't have a filter anymore. How are we splitting them? Interesting. I'm trying to think. Do we get two distinct? Let's try this really quick. Let's try it like this. I want to test this out, see how this works. I want to check the electrolysis. No, that's not what I want. Where am I at here? I'm trying to get these in line so I can see them. We'll do a gas meter. I haven't put meters in there yet. So the water should be disappearing. So we should be able to put it in this volume anyway, because the water is going to disappear and the hydrogen oxygen are going to be what's left over. So let's spawn that and we'll run it. I have infinite electricity on, so. All right, gas meter, let's see. Liquid level, as you can see, is, there's nothing in there. Did I not seal this? Something's up. What did I not seal? Not seal this? All right, fresh water, fill level 100%. Okay. Gas level, fluid capacity. Do I have a gap in here somewhere, or is it overpressured? I might need to depressurize this tank. Let's try depressurizing this tank. So this will kind of work with, we were talking about like moon pools, is they're talking about you can control the level of the water by this, so we're probably getting back pressure off of this as well, so we need to, I'm going to vent here. Let's vent this into a tank. And then I'll vent the tanks as need be. So I'll do like blow-offs. Okay. So just kind of piece by piece. I wonder if we do fluid types, if this filters. This might filter. So let's go oxygen, hydrogen. Let's do that. All right, and then I'm going to do blow-off valves here. So we'll just go down. We'll do a couple blow-off valves in case I need them. All right, and then I'll connect this directly up to here. All right, so let's try that. I want to see, I might be overburdened by air in here. I want to check it. Liquid meter is showing, okay, so it has no capacity, so something is up. I'm not sealed, apparently. I thought I was sealed, though. Anyone see a hole? You having a hole here? I don't know what the deal is, why I can't put water in here. Why can I not fill this with water? What is up? Spawner is fresh water, 100%. Okay. Showing, though, it's acting as though this is not a closed volume. You can see it's showing 0 fluid capacity, 0 gas capacity. That's interesting. Everything's merged up. Clean underneath. We're clean underneath. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. Get rid of these pinks here. Fresh water. There's. I just want to make sure this will hold water. I don't know what the deal is, why this won't hold water. This could be part of the problem why we're having issues with our ships, is if this is not reading it as a volume of something, it could be, that's why we're having sinking right away. So those tanks might segregate the gases out. I'll have to look. 0, 0, okay. That's interesting. It's like it doesn't want to make this room fill with water. I wonder if that's the main issue that they're having with the ships is because you need an enclosed volume to have a ship float. I wonder if this is the issue with the ships. Because if you don't have an enclosed volume, it won't float. Let's let this run for a second. We'll do a simple test over here. One. Come on, there we go. I'll do both. Okay. All right, so that's floating. So that has some air ballast, air volume in it. Let's read the values on this. So gas is, okay, it's full of gas. There's no liquid in there. Showing the capacity is fine, so interesting. So that's full. Let's go back and see why this is not working over here. This should be completely sealed. I don't know what the hell this deal is. Let's test this out here. What could be causing this problem here? Don't understand this one. Try to reseal it, see what it does. Interesting. Just make a box over here and see what the hell is going on. All right, flicky camera. I didn't mean to do that. All right, so this shows, yeah, so liquid capacity is 0. Is it because it has air in there? Could be because it has air in there. Let's pump out, and so here, let's pump in. So it could show no liquid capacity because it has, because it's showing no air in here either, so. Let's try both of them, see if I can, it's interesting. Sorry about this bright white. That's pumping water. That is pumping. All right, so this is taking the air out of the room. So it's showing there was no air in that room, but there's air in the room. So let's try something. I want to draw a vacuum off this room. Pump will work. So setting those to oxygen or hydrogen is not preventing other gases. They'll just mix. I wonder if we need this one here. Yeah, these are like literally identical, it looks like. They're just different shapes. So I'm going to try to draw a vacuum in here. Let's see if I can do that. I'm going to try to vacuum out the room before I pump the water in. Let's test that. So notice the liquid is showing a negative 9.4. So it's like the air is not allowing the liquid to be in there. So they definitely have some number problems here that hopefully they'll fix. Yeah, I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll let this run for a minute. And we'll see what if I can fill this. I'll be right back. All right, I've returned. Let's see. So showing a negative liquid value. Okay, so now it's going back up. That's interesting. I'm interested why, like, this isn't spawning with liquid in it. I'm trying to see if I can get it to a liquid-filled tank. Fluid spawner, gas meter. Okay, like this number is weird to me. That one should be putting a vacuum in here. I can't tell my gas levels. Okay, interesting. I'm going to try to take this. Oops, I screwed up the chat again. Let me read some chat. Let me quickly do a test here, and I'll read some chat. All right, so this tank here, I'm going to fill with a spawner. I'll put some diesel in there. I just need something in there. All right, we'll run it real quick. I want to check this. See what the meters are showing. All right, so yeah, see the liquid, it's not spawning liquid in there. You can spawn them in these tanks. The negative is interesting to me because if we have a negative, see, this could be a problem too. If we have a negative value, what is that doing to how it's calculating buoyancy? Interesting. I'll read some chat here. Let me try to see if I can't. I'm trying to decide why the hell I can't pump in here. I'm going to save this really quick. I'm going to do a simpler test and see what's up. Let's do a rocket test. All right, so we'll go ultra simple here. I want a custom tank full of water. All right, so I'm going to spawn. First, I'm going to do it without a spawner, and then I'll do it with a spawner. Now we'll lower it to the ground. There we go. Let's see what it reads. So the gas meter's reading pretty normal. It's reading fluid capacity, gas level. Liquid meter is reading normal. Okay, so that's reading normal. Liquid level and fluid capacity is reading normal. See, the capacity is the same, 1750. Gas, this is full of gas. There's no liquid in there. Okay, that makes sense. Let's put a spawner in here. Yeah, I'm just going to do fresh water here. Fresh water. Because there could be an issue when this tries to spawn in the value that it's full of air and it can't do anything. Okay, so yeah, like you said, it's doubling it. So the capacity, right? So if the capacity of this volume is 1,700 liters, which makes sense, the size of it, what it's doing, and I think what the issue we're having with our ships and why our ships are sinking is, and this, what we're having is the volume can only hold the 1,700 liters, and we're putting 1,700 liters of gas and the 1,700 liters of liquid in there. So we're overloading it with double, essentially, is what's going on here. I think that's a big part of the problem, is we have too much gas and too much liquid in there, and it's giving us, we have too much mass. So that makes sense, that it's double filling it. All right, so now let's do a gas transfer. Try to get gas off of this. All right, so let's see. Gas relief valve. A relief valve for gas in a system. The two valves allow gases to pass across the two-directional valve. Okay. That's a liquid relief valve. So let's go ahead, take a fluid port. And we'll grab the gas relief valve. And we'll put the fluid port end on there. And let's see if we can vent this tank. Because they did tell us, months and months ago that we're going to have to vent tanks. So, right. Okay, so the liquid is pushing the gas out. So the liquid is in there. So it's essentially like it's allowing us to pressurize liquid, which, you wouldn't be able to do, but it's pushing this out. Everything is, again, going to have to be simplified. So like if there's too much air in there, the spawner is probably not going to be able to push it out either. All right, so that's pushing all that out. And we pump it out even faster. So let's do that. Let's stick a quick pump on it. It's a lot of new build details we're going to have to know about this. 1, 2, 3. And I'll let this run and I'll check some chat. I'm trying to stay in chat, but a lot of testing and a lot of chat as well. So let's go plug that. They're expecting the same thing. We should have a bunch of air volume in there, and we also have a bunch of liquid. Gas is not going out now. Pump true. Why are we pumping nothing out, though? That's the question. That's interesting. Yeah, see, I'm not pumping any gas out now. So I wonder if I need that below the pump. Let's go like this. Let's go like that. And this should be omnidirectional. Yep, that's omnidirectional. Okay. All right, so that is working. So you need to have the exchange valve below the pump. Okay, that's good to learn. Read some chat, try to catch up. Sorry, guys, it's taking me forever to read chat, but I'm trying to do a bunch of testing here and kind of get this learned. Yeah, that's what I'm starting to see, Timothy. It looks like we're having to ventilate because it's overfilling. Like we're having to take the mass of all this extra air. Yeah, that's an issue. So I think, it seems like what they're doing is there's if a tank is 100% full of liquid, it can carry 0% air because liquid's non-compressible. So you're not going to be able to compress the liquid IRL. And so what it should be doing is it should be saying, essentially you should be doing a calculation. If you say I'm going to fill 50% liquid, 50% air, it should put the air in there at 1 atmosphere. So let's say you have 300-liter tank. 150 liters is going to be of liquid. 150 liters is going to be air. That air is 1 atmosphere. So it should be 1 atmosphere of air in the tank with at 50% volume. If the tank is at 100%, you should have 0 air in there. And so that's where I think their issue is. I think they're duplicating. So I think that is pretty simple and should be a reasonably simple fix, which is, so I think these things, I think panic is the wrong thing now. I think patience and just waiting because, and bug reporting, because I think that's what's happening. And, I think that's a reasonably quick fix is if they say, okay, if the tank is 50% full of liquid, you can only fill it with 50% air and at 1 atmosphere. And I think what they're doing is they're packing an absolute insane amount of air in there. Well, once you get to a certain pressure of air, it's essentially like you filled more liquid in there than could go in. So I think that's part of our issue we're having now. How are we going to point directional RX? What do you mean? Like it has pitch yaw, and then I would say you're going to have to do triangulation. If you do the XY, what is it? You could do length XY, and then you could do the arc tangent. I'd say arc tangent to get the directionals to point where it needs to go. The other thing too is you have a what do they call it? Astronomical sensor. So if you have the astronomical sensor and you put one where your receiving dish is on the ground, it will give you the coordinates of the dish. You then send that out. If you know where it is on the ground, then you know how to point it from where you are. So a bunch of trigonometry that I don't know that I would have to look up. Yeah. I agree with Daniel. Definitely looks like they're spawning the tanks with the air, and of course, if it's full of liquid, it should not be able to be full of air. And so that looks like an error on that part. That hopefully they should be able to fix pretty quick. I hope they fix quickly. So yeah, so this looks like I'm purging the air, so we're gonna need an air purge on there. So okay. So let's go back to the rocket test and see if I can't get liquid in there. It's still strange to me why I can't put any liquid in there. So let's try some stuff here. So this pump here needs gas exchange on it. And I find that. So here's a gas relief valve right there. Okay. And I'm just going to double, put a bunch of these. Also, I'm spacing them out by 1 because sometimes if you don't space them out, they're not going to be effective anyways. They're going to rob from their neighbor. All right, so here's the air purge. I do like the new compressor sound though. Why is this like whole box is not reading anything? It's weird to me. Like this box is not reading, just the box. Like you saw that little box, it worked. This whole box is borked, man. I'm gonna start over this box here. So it looks like those tanks don't discriminate if you put in the different type you want on them. So that's interesting to know. Let's just do this here. I'm going to build a new box, and I need to make sure the box can hold the volume before I start filling it with crap. All right. Wowza. Wowza. All right, new box, looks sealed. Looks sealed to me. Okay, just put a spawner in there for now. Stick that in there. Fresh water, spawn that in. Okay, it's full of water now. All right, so liquid meter first. Gas meter. All right, spawn it again. Are we full of liquid? We are. Okay. Liquid meter showing 20,000 liters, and we're full of air. Okay, that's fine. All right. I wonder if I was using the electrolyzer wrong. What is it called here? Hydrogen? Hydrogen electrolyzer, yeah. Okay, it needs to be pumped through. I wonder if that was screwing something up. Because like IRL, you would just put IRL, you wouldn't pump it through here. What you would do is the charge would be going across the poles, and it would be breaking the electrical bond. It looks like they're pumping it through here, which I bet you that is. Let's see, hydrogen out. Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, that's right. So I see why they're doing it this way. So this is how you separate your hydrogen and your oxygen. So I get why they did this. So let's play with it here. So I wonder if that was bugging it because the way it was sitting. It's interesting. So let's go. All right, and these tanks will be, let's see, I want to check the poles here. Doesn't really matter how I start them. Oxygen, hydrogen, okay. But I'll label them this way. So this will be oxygen. This will be hydrogen. All right, so that's oxygen, hydrogen. All right, good to know. And then we would want to port, and this is oxygen up top, and that's hydrogen, so. That's my, okay, that's there. Get rid of symmetry really quickly. Bingo, bango, okay. All right, so oxygen should be the top one on this rocket, and the other one should be the hydrogen, which is in the bottom. All right, let's get these ported. And so I kind of like the system that you have to build your fuel for the rockets. I know this is going to bug a bunch of people because you actually, like, it was kind of the whole thing with when they change it, so you actually have to go, like, get your fuel. I know that's not an interesting gameplay to some people, but it's kind of makes you have to do it, which sometimes, like, like there was an option back that you used to be able to make it so you couldn't buy fuel from the base. And I always like, oh, that would be kind of a cool idea not to buy fuel from the base and just buy it, have to make or have to go buy the fuel. And I never did it because it's like, oh, that's a pain. But now that I've kind of been forced to do it, I kind of enjoy that I have to do it. So sometimes it sucks, it sucks. It's not necessarily what you want to do, but then it kind of brings in some interesting gameplay where you have to. So, like, you have to make your own rocket fuel, which I think is kind of cool. But I could see some people being like, I don't want to do that. I just want to play, or whatever. But so I certainly get that. You don't go there, you go right here. So we're at least getting water in here now, so that's good. All right, now let's go ahead and spawn this and make sure we still have water in there. Okay, good. So that's progress. Sometimes the custom tanks get bugged before the update too, so. All right, so you can see my water is dropping, so that's likely turn it into hydrogen oxygen. Let's check them. Oxygen's going up. Hydrogen's going up. Should be able to open the storage valves here. And we should be able to see, yep, oxygen's going up. Why is that? Oh, okay, this was full of air before. So we probably want to vent the tank before to make sure that we have a vacuum in there to make sure we're just getting oxygen, hydrogen. But I just want to make sure that we're filling with hydrogen here. We are, okay. So that, so electrolysis is working. It's pretty fast. I assume, you had a bunch of them. You're going to get much faster results here. Let's see. So we're running about 11 liters per second on hydrogen 6 per. So, you can do the math on that. If you want 10 times that, if you wanted 60 liters per second. So you probably 10 of these would be able to be run by one pipe, probably more, but probably able to, like, say 15 of these to one pipe, you'd be able to fill it super fast. But this to me is kind of like a passive thing. Like you build a station out by the ocean, and it's sucking in water, it's desalinizing it, and then it's doing that. So I kind of like that the idea that I have to have kind of like an industrial process to make what I want. Let me just check on some shade here. Try sealing all the doors in the biggest areas. Okay. Jason, take a break if it's stressing you out. Okay. Your ferries floats. That's good. How's it going there, Miles? Yep. Jason, this is the second time I'd tell you be nice. Be the last time. I have no problem with you being upset with the update, but you start giving crap to other people, it's not going to work. So just keep that in mind. Oh, okay. Use a piston-powered aircraft? Yeah, I'll test that out. You can loop around the map now. You can... Oh, that would be interesting to loop around the map, too, yeah. Yeah, they'll fix it there, Luso. Just, you got to be patient. I checked it a couple hours after the update, and there were already a ton of posts on the bug tracker for that. So if I were to guess, that is going to be the first thing I'm going to tackle. It definitely seems like they're trying to put liquid and gas in the same volume, which is just going to cause a lot of these problems. So people are pissed with this update. How things are for you? I'm fine. I don't get pissed off about this sort of thing. Just relax and wait for it to get fixed and fill out bug reports. Getting upset and yelling into the ether is going to do nothing. So. Engine dies 150 meters. There's a barometer, yep. Said something was cool about sorting, but the screen just appeared blue. Oh, yeah. That's the, when I'm doing an add-on, you guys can't see it for some reason. It shows the screen as blue. Before, when you were in the add-on editor, let's say you wanted to pick Dre Moore, you'd have to, like, all the tiles were just in there. And so you had to scroll through the entire tiles. Now what happens is when you are, when you're in the add-on editor, it makes it so that it sorts it. So you'd have like Sawyer Islands, arid biome, Arctic, I'll bring it up here in a second. You guys probably can't see this. Usually you can't see if I'm in the add-on editor, it shows up blue. But yeah, so it lets you sort it by tile type. So instead of having to sort through every tile to find what you want, for example, if you needed to go to the Arctic, you had to scroll all the way to the bottom. Now you could click on Arctic and it's pretty much on one page. So it just makes the sorting feature was a nice addition. Yeah, yeah, like Blue said, you can't see the add-on editor on stream, so. I'm just trying to catch up on chat. I'm way back on chat. So I'm letting this thing run and build up some oxygen and hydrogen. Yeah, we'll see you later there, Cece. Yeah, we'll see you later there, Rasmus. Yep, yeah, they were talking about, they said it months ago we were going to have to vent all of our things. My opinions on it, I think there's a lot they need to fix, but I think I like a lot of the new mechanics. I like that we're going to have to make hydrogen and oxygen. I think that's really cool for example, having even submarines and just of course the space stuff, but like submarines and stuff, the ability to make our own oxygen, I think is a really cool idea. I just in a couple of seconds there, I built a scrubber to scrub out carbon dioxide. So like if you have a submarine, you're going to have to scrub out the carbon dioxide. So I think that's a cool feature. I think it's cool. It's just going to, it's like anything. It's going to take some time for them to fix it. Yeah, I like the pumps that make sound. That's nice. I really like that. I like the air noise. How's it going there, Aaron? I like that I'm gonna be able to make some air brakes. Now I can read the volume. So like for air brakes, essentially what I would do is, let's say I have a small cylinder, and the small cylinder can hold 40, I think it was like 47 liters of air. And so I put 47 liters of air in there. I will essentially think of it as PSI. So I'll do a conversion factor of, let's say, 3. So it'd be volume of tank times 3. And then it would be, essentially if the air in the tank is less than, say, 20, then your brakes will drag, and so stuff like that's going to be really cool, I think, for air brakes. So I'm looking forward to that. Sorry, flicking the camera around here. Just letting this do electrolysis while I'm sitting here. Yep. Yeah, I just noticed those electrolyzer has ports in the bottom. Oh, chat's jumping again. I'm trying to catch up with chat. There's a lot of chat, so I'm trying to get there. Yeah, it wasn't that hard to spawn water. It was sometimes custom tanks would get bugged before, and I think I just had a bugged tank that was screwed up. And instead of just respawning it, because I don't want to lose what I built, I took the long route, which sometimes is better just to respawn something that works. So once I respawn the tank, it works fine. Sometimes sealed areas act weird when they are merged together but separated. Yeah, I think that's what it was. It was something like that that was causing the problem. That's why, like on this one, I included a tail to connect the two. So that very well could have been what the issue was, because it was reading it as though they were not integrated. Gases have no mass at all from blue. Okay, that's good to know. I just realized that you can't have one subgrid or the main grid with two bodies. Yeah, yeah, that makes sense there, stalemate. That's what my issue was. That's why I put a tail on this one. You can see the leg on this one, whatever we'll call it. The -9 values, yes, yep. Yeah, I knew it didn't have a sealed volume. I was just trying to see why it didn't have a sealed volume. Oh, yes, that makes sense. The new shifter knob the new fluid port would make a good shifter knob, I agree. Gases have no mass. That's a little disappointing. I'd like to see some gases have some mass because that was like you know, I was talking about a lot of people in the community like, oh, I can make my ship float higher now by pumping more gas into it. And it's like in real life, the more gas you put in there, gas is something. Gas has a mass. You know, if we're talking just oxygen, for example. Sorry, I'm flicking the camera to an Alt tab. Let's see, oxygen. I'll just grab a periodic table. Periodic table. So I'm trying to see the mass of oxygen. What's the atomic mass of oxygen? 15.9. So oxygen weighs something. If you look at fluorine gas weighs 18. You look at nitrogen is at 14. So the same volume full of nitrogen is going to weigh less than oxygen, is going to weigh less than fluorine, is going to weigh less than neon. You know, so that's something a lot of people were confusing is, again, go take an empty propane tank. It's easy to pick up. Go get it filled up and now pick it up, and it breaks your back because, you know, you're filling it with marbles of propane, and they weigh something. So, you know, it's going to be lighter if it's a vacuum. The reason why they didn't have vacuum airships was because it crushes the air pressure would destroy and crush it. You know, there's videos of they don't open the relief valve on oil tanker cars, and it literally the air pressure will crush this big steel container. And so that's why you needed things like hydrogen airships, was the hydrogen being the lightest, you know, has an atmospheric pressure of, I believe, 1. The hydrogen is actually pushing back on the inside surface of the body, and it's you know, counteracting the air pressure, and it tries to crush the balloon. Say you put a hydrogen in a balloon, the air pressure outside is trying to crush it, but the hydrogen can only compress so much before it can't compress anymore, and the hydrogen being in the balloon prevents the balloon from crushing. And so if you filled it, if you suck all the air out of a balloon, theoretically the balloon should float, but it now is not being displaced by anything because it's being crushed. So if you started putting in like little supports in there, it would make the balloon stay active, which should make the balloon float even with a vacuum inside. But the problem is now the balloon weighs too much, and it is now heavier than air, and then you don't get displacement. So hopefully that makes some sense. But yeah, that's sad that gas don't have mass. So it looks like the way to get the oxygen tanks pressurized is you're going to have to do electrolysis. So like, for example, this should be full now. Let's see where. Yeah, so this looks full of oxygen. That looks full of hydrogen. Yep, it's still filling, but so I'll close my valves and then we pressurize these tanks. So likely what I would do is, like this is a custom tank full, you know, what's probably better is to use these cylindrical tanks because that's how they have my IRLs. They have two spheroidal spheres of oxygen and hydrogen inside of the rocket body. So you could do that as well. But like this is going to pressurize now. I close the valves. So you notice the atmospheric pressure is going up in there. I'm up at 3 atmospheres in my tanks. And so like if you wanted to fill this rocket fast, what you want to do is pressurize your tanks. And then the area of high pressure is going to try to quickly go to the area of low pressure. So just try hopefully catch up on chat. Yep. Yeah, like Andy's talking here. If you fill a tank in real life with enough gas, it would turn into a liquid and then become physically full due to liquid not being able to be compressed. That was talked about that when I first got on. I did kind of a picture. See if I still have a picture. Did a picture on paint. Like here's the picture on paint. So we talked about this a little bit on paint here is, this is full of liquid nitrogen and this is full of gaseous nitrogen. And eventually all that happens is if you zoom in, there are no more gaps. There's no more vacuum in between the molecules. So all the molecules are touching each other. And this is why a liquid is non-compressible, is the molecules are touching each other and they can't, you can't split these, the atoms or else you start to have real big problems. So I start to have an explosive issue. You wouldn't get a chain reaction, you just get a bad pop. But yeah, so that's essentially what you're doing is this gas is compressible because I can take this and I can, oh wow, that's big. Let's go to 1. So like I can add another, why can't I paint in here is the question. Why won't it let me paint in here? That's goofy. It won't let me paint in there. But, by having this volume here and you zoom in, by doubling the pressure, you're going to have double blues and half as many whites. You quadruple it, you're going to have 4 times as many blues and a quarter of the whites in there. And that will, so eventually you pressurize a liquid enough, you pressurize a gas enough, you get liquid. That's how they make liquid nitrogen, liquid oxygen. You just pressurize it, and eventually it gets to the point where the molecules are touching and you're now at a liquid. Yep. Yeah. So a 10-liter tank could not become heavier than, say, 10. So let's say you're putting, let's work in gallons. I know all the numbers for gallons. So let's say you have a gallon jug and you have a gallon of water in there. The water is incompressible, so that a gallon weighs 8 pounds per gallon. So you're going to have 8 pounds. And we'll say that the weight of the jug is negligible. So we'll say the container has no mass. So it's going to weigh 8 pounds. And if you fill it with oxygen, if you filled the same jug up and you kept pressurizing it and pressurizing it and pressurizing it and pressurizing it and pressurizing it, you're going to get to the same, mass essentially, because you're gonna have liquid whatever's in there, and so you're gonna have a similar mass in there. Yeah, I have a little bit of perspective here. I don't panic about this stuff. I don't get one of my philosophies is does worrying about it help? No. And this is a good life lesson. If worrying about it's not going to help, then don't worry about it, because all you're doing is you're giving yourself anxiety and it's not helping. So what's the point? So now instead of being, so like, for example, let's say the game's broken for a month. Okay. Game's broken for a month. Well, one, I'm enjoying testing it. I'm going to do some stuff with testing. If you don't want to test, that's fine. There are plenty of other games out there. Go play another game and come back in a month. It was like Star Citizen. I used to get so pissed off about Star Citizen, I'd spend all day grouching and complaining on the forums, and all I was doing was, 1, making myself miserable, and 2, making the people who were enjoying the game miserable. And so I finally said, why am I doing this? Why am I making myself miserable, and why am I making everybody else miserable doing this? And so I stepped away. And then when the game seemed fun again, I would play. Like I played a little bit a week ago, and they have some really bad bugs in there. I've been literally waiting for the ship since 2018. So I've been waiting for the ship for 5 years that I paid for. It came out and it's got a ton of bugs, so it doesn't work. And I could complain about it, or guess what I did? Stop playing Star Citizen, and I came back to playing Stormworks. And if Stormworks is broken and I can't do the things I want to do, guess what? I'll go play Tarkov and I'll fill out some bug reports and for this if I feel like it, and I will come back when it's fixed. And they're going to fix the game. It's going to take some time, but they're going to fix it. So panicking, crying, complaining about it's not going to do anything. So I'm not going to do that, Am I sad Triton's broken? Sure. But guess what? I'm happy that eventually Triton is going to be fixed and we're going to have pressurization update and we're going to have space. And so, I'm not going to let it ruin my day, certainly. If you set the liquid spawner to like 80%, it should work. Okay. Compress the air, but what's the experiment here? Sorry, Daniel, if this is off where we're at, but I'm starting to catch up on chat. So, but this experiment here is I'm doing electrolysis. So presently, this is running. We have a gas tank here full of, this one is oxygen. So it took some of the air out of the volume. I displaced the air out of here already. What I should have done is pumped it to a vacuum, but it doesn't matter. I think the rocket should fire as long as we have hydrogen and we have some oxygen in there. Like this one has some other trace elements, but I think as long as we have some hydrogen, I think what they're probably doing in game here is they probably made this so that the ports on here, if you notice the ports when I built this, it said oxygen and hydrogen. So what's likely going to happen is even though this is filled with nitrogen and carbon dioxide, and this one has some nitrogen and carbon dioxide, this is only going to take hydrogen, and this is only going to take oxygen. And then those waste gases are just going to be left in there, you know. So I think that's probably what's going to happen. You know, if you want some more capacity, you could probably pump it to a vacuum first, but that's what I'm experimenting. Cap, please read the chat. What if they made? Okay, let me see. Yeah, I know you guys are trying to get me to read the chat, but you know, it's I'm trying to catch up. Yeah, I kind of either have to read the chat or I have to play, so I kind of have to do a little here and there. I'm building a boat because DLC. Okay, large thing. Okay. What if they forgot to make the gas meter a solid? That's interesting. Yeah. Built. Yeah, I try to figure out most of the stuff on my own. That's part of the method. It's, you know, I remember things and I learn things a little bit better if I go through the trial and error. That's usually why I don't like read, you know, too many people's other suggestions. I want to figure it out myself because I'll remember it, you know. Building a boat for 2 days. Well, if you want to, so this comment from Blue is, I'd love to have the option to make fuel in career and spawn it in sandbox. Yep, that would make sense to be able to spawn your hydrogen and your oxygen. You know, and then if you add the creative menu to your career game, then you can do it there too. Blue, try this. Actually, that might not work. You should be able to spawn hydrogen though, right? You can spawn it in these tanks, right? You should be able to spawn hydrogen in those tanks. But I get what you're saying. I'm just trying to catch up where I'm at here. There we go. It is out, Oceanic. Yep. Yeah. Mr. Silence talking about the new add-on editor being good. Yep. Can we make balloons yet? I don't think the hydrogen is lighter than air, so I don't know. Yep, diving bell and submarine are something I want to work on. We'll get to there in a second. Sorry about the chat comment. I just said you weren't figure out so it wasn't fine. Yep, no problem. Yeah. Finally, I'm caught up on chat. So I'm trying to stay caught up, but it's like you guys were rolling for a while there, and it was tough for me to get caught up. A liter is actually 10 by 10 by 10 centimeters, so it's exactly 1 kilogram of water. Yep, metric for the wind, certainly. That's the problem is like aviation is so imperial, and so it's tough for me to like conceptualize things. Like when somebody talks about, like I think it was Rasmus talking about, you know, 6 kilometers in the air. I had no clue. Like I can't conceptualize that. And as soon as I was like 19,000 feet, I'm like, bingo, we know exactly what I'm doing here. All right, so let's try something here. We're going to build a diving bell. Let's see. Let's turn on simulatory. Okay. So I want to do this. Yeah, I definitely, you know, one takeaway I would say is if you're getting really frustrated by this, take a break. Because, you know, it really doesn't... All you're doing is making yourself upset, getting frustrated. And I understand it's frustrating. I understand they should have tested this better. They didn't. I get all that, man. But, you know, you're not going to change it by getting pissed off. All you're going to do is be pissed off, you know, and it kind of sucks. But, you know, you do have a little bit of a choice to you know, you don't have you don't have control over what they do and how it came out, but what you do have a control over is how you react to it. You can be pissed off and be miserable today, or you can say, you know what, I'm not having fun playing Stormworks. I'm going to take the day off from Stormworks. You know, or you can say, I'm going to do my testing. I'm going to learn about the mechanics. You know, so it's, you know, getting super frustrated about it really isn't really gonna help. You know, you kind of have to choose your battles. That's why I'm not frustrated with it. Kind of expected this to happen. I expected, you know, it's not going to come out perfect. It's going to break a bunch of things. You know, they put in some huge mechanic changes. Things are going to break. And I expected that. That should go one way with the pump on there. Okay. All right, so let's play with this. I'm going to grab... All right, so that's... Okay, so you see, so I think this is what they were trying to do and why we're having some of these issues. You notice even this, well, the door frame seals it, but even with this, it's trying to put in an air volume, and that is kind of, I think, what's happening with some of the ship stuff, is it's trying to put an air volume in there. Okay, where are we at here? Let's delete this here. That's out. This is in. Verify that. I think this is out. Okay. All right. Out, in. That works. Okay. So you see there's air in there so that's neat too. As the water is pushing on it, it's pressurizing that air, and then the air is trying to push out. I'm gonna have to weight this so that it lays normally. Okay, starting to stabilize a little bit here. All right, so this is the moon pool they were talking about here. So we're stabilized. So if I read that gas gauge, I assume it's around 1 atmosphere. It's not showing atmospheres on this one. I could put in a tank to show me the atmospheres. All right, so let's say I want the water level to come up. So we're going to pump out. And we should be able to read the fluid meter. So it has some fresh water in there. It's showing liquid level is going up. So let's see what this is reading. It might be taking water out too. I have to look. Okay, it looks like it's, so you know what we're gonna do here? I want this just to be gas exchange. So I think these are the new, instead of filters, we can use these now in lieu of filters. So instead of having the filters where you would switch it to liquid or gas, use a relief valve. So we'll do dual gas relief valves like so. And I'm not going to drop it in the water. That's just causing me extra crap here. Let's dip this in the water. And I'm going to do a little bit of weight blocks on here. I just want this to sit a little bit. I don't want to have to deal with it pendulum all the time. So let's actually put a little pendulum in here. Let's go symmetry. This will keep this more stable, so I don't have to worry about it oscillating the whole time. All right, that'll help with some stability. Let's go ahead and put this right down as low as we can get it in the water. All right. All right, that should oscillate less, and I shouldn't have to worry about this tipping over as much. All right, so that's in. All right, there's my moon pool. Go on, let me get in there, sucker. All right, there's my moon pool. All right, so... All right, now I want to pump air in. So let's see how this is running. So actually, I don't want to pump air in. I want to pump air out. So this should allow the water level to rise. Let me make sure I don't have both of them on. All right, and it's working. You can see the water level slowly rising, I think. Yep, water level looks like we're oscillating back and forth, so it does look like on average it's going up, so we might have to wait a little bit. So now see it's stabilized over 3,000, so we are gaining, but we lose a little bit of air out of there until it gets up. So all right, so this is how you do moon pool control. And this is why you need to decompress when you go down in a submarine, or in a, let's say you had a base underwater, like in the movie The Abyss. They need to decompress when they go down, and the reason is the air pressure is pushing against the walls of the submarine. The air pressure is pushing against the walls of the underwater base, and that's helping to protect it from the water trying to push in. And so, you know, you are also pressurized, and so all the cells in your body are pressurized now, and so you have to depressurize slowly or else you'll pop, essentially. So let's let this run a little bit, and I want to try to stay caught up on chat here. Chat's moving super broken. Yep. Yeah, panic doesn't help. It's just like, you know, I understand it sucks, man. I worked on a tugboat yesterday. I'd like to continue working on it, but is complaining about it going to help make it work any bit quicker? No. You know, they're going to have to fix some problems. They know they have to fix some problems. You know, if it's really bugging you, I'd say check back next week. You know, play another game, check back next week. You know, and then hopefully they get a lot of these things fixed out. You know, bug testing, you know, it's kind of the industry average now for a number of reasons. You know, back in the day, they didn't really have a lot of indie game developers because who could do it, right? You kind of had to, you know, especially back when I was a kid, you know, you pretty much had consoles were all you had. You know, there was PC gaming, of course, but it was like a lot of console stuff, and they came on. You know, like you think back to the Atari or the like the Atari, you had a cartridge, and the cartridge had to be done. They couldn't update it. They couldn't send you any updates. They couldn't have patches. It had to be done. That didn't mean it was always perfect or good. You know, one of the worst. You know, I think it set the record for the worst game was like the E.T. game. It had such game-breaking bugs, and that they couldn't work on that. You know, so you had to have a company that was an established company, and so indie developers could not afford to even buy the rights to make a Nintendo game, so you had these big corporations that were doing it. Now we have these indie devs with like, some games are made by one person. Well, that one person can't fix every bug. And so the downside is, yes, we are bug testers now, which kind of sucks sometimes. But the upside is we get games we would never get before. And so that's, there's an up and a downside to it. All right, so you see I'm changing the moon pool level here. So as the air decreases in here, eventually the air is going to get to such a pressure where the pressure of the water equalizes the pressure of the air. And so that's essentially what's happening in a moon pool, is the air is pushing down hard enough on the water that the water cannot come up anymore. And what I'm doing here is I am letting some of the air out, decreasing the pressure of the air, and now more water can come in and occupy that space. So just changing the moon pool level. Eventually, it's going to get all the way to the top, and that will get that going. So that's kind of, you imagine that as your moon pool in your underwater base, and you can take a submarine, you can come on in, and if you want it right at this level, you can do that, and then the submarine will sit in there. So that's kind of a cool feature. This is what a lot of us have been looking for. Also think of this, imagine we're sitting in a ballast tank. So we're sitting in a ballast tank for a submarine. As I pressurize the air, I'm pushing the water out. And so that's, that's helping me to be able to get that out. So let's do another quick test here. So let's do a blow-off valve real quick. Let me catch up with chat. I'm almost done with chat, and then I at least know where I'm at. Have I talked about boilers yet? Not really. I haven't. That's down the list. Mostly checking out new parts. The liquid fuel rockets have a node called throttle. Yeah, throttle is kind of a colloquial term. That was when I was in the airlines. We were, I was on I was on jets. So you don't have a throttle on a jet. You have you don't have a throttle lever. You have a thrust lever. You're essentially you're not throttling anything. A throttle has to do with a carburetor. That's the throttle body on a carburetor. And like fuel injection's not throttled. There's no throttle on a fuel injector. So it's kind of it's kind of a colloquial term people use. Like we would fail our test if we said throttle instead of thrust lever. So when we did our test, we had to write thrust lever. If you write throttle lever, it was wrong, and you would lose. You had to get 100%, so you'd fail the test. So that's kind of it is simple throttle. I think there's two terms for it. There's throttle, the colloquial term being that you have a throttle. And then you have, that it's essentially like power lever, and then you have the specific term, which is what it actually is, and so that's kind of the differences. Like in the airlines, it was important we had the terminology correct, so it was a fail if we said it was a throttle instead of a thrust lever, And then I think the devs are using it colloquially is, if they did thrust, it might confuse some people. I think that's what they're afraid of. So let's test something here. Let's redo this actually. Let's go undo. Okay, good. Let's do this. Let's go grab all this shabazz here. And what we're going to do is we're going to pump this up to a tank. And I'm going to try to rapidly fill this. So let's think of this as we're standing in our ballast tanks on our submarine, because this is something a lot of people have been looking forward to, is how does this interact with submarines? And so we're going to put on, I wish I was building this symmetrically. Let's do it. Let's grab this, that. Let's go down and like that. Okay, let's cut it, rotate it. Now I can build with symmetry, which will be much easier. Okay. All right, so that is now oriented correctly. Let's go like that. Let's grab some tanks. And I want, how big are the tank huges? They're not that bad. Okay, let's do air, okay. And yeah, let's do air like that. Let me see what I want to do here. I think the best way to do this. Let's go like this. I'm gonna use the tanks as valves, or the pumps as valves rather. The problem is I don't know how many liters per second I can run one of these on, so I have to kind of check this. We'll do a cross piece on that, so I should be able to fill both of these and drain both of them. So let's try this really quick. So essentially, if I turn the in on, I want to test this. Will this act like so does this limit how fast the air can come in? Because that's an important thing. And so what I'll add here is I'll actually add a cross section. Let's get rid of symmetry. I'll add a cross section on here. Let's do it right here. That will work. And we'll do a T instead. So I want to see, like, so people are talking about blowing out their ballast tanks. And so I want to test that, because that's an interesting mechanic. Because what we'll do is, instead of pumping the air out in the atmosphere, we'll pressurize it in a tank, and then we can adjust it more quickly. Ooh, I'm glad I didn't delete those. Let's go valve. I just want a manual valve here. And we'll grab you. Okay. So this should work now. And I think these tanks, I think I start them full. Yep, so these are at 115 atmospheres. So that's high pressure air in there. And so what we'll do here is I'm going to blow the valve. And the reason it's leaking is because the water's already at the door frame. So you just notice we're blowing that air out. See it push us? So there's no way, like, I'm swimming as hard as I can. There's no way I can't fight the air pressure. That's a good test to show the air pressure, the delta P on that. So the change in pressure is delta P. Like, I can't get close. There we go. All right, so now let's close that valve. All right, let's get all that air out. Now let's see where we're at here. All right, so we're dropping pretty quickly here. I'll read chat while we're doing this. Good to do the tests and do that. I'm just going to knock the sound down a little bit. We don't need it this insane. All right, liquid fuel rockets have a node called through. Yep, I went over that. Hydrogen is the lightest element there is. Of course, it's lighter than air, though no clue if it's implemented correctly. Yep, the hydrogen, yeah, I don't know if they implemented it correctly. Hydrogen is lighter than air, but it's really the displacement that, well, the lightest thing is vacuum, but the, like I was talking about how, like, if you could draw a vacuum in a balloon, you would be, the balloon would float better than hydrogen, because what's happening is, let's do this while we're operating here. Where are we at here? So let's do a new one here. All right, let's paint that gray so I don't have to look at the white. All right, so like, let's look at this real quick. So like, let's say we have two balloons here. Get out of there, you. Do red so you can see them. So we have, let's see. I'm going to put a new layer on. We'll do it on a new layer. So here you have two balloons. All right, now this whole backdrop here is the, this whole backdrop here is actually, let's go down to background, let's go to fill, let's go 10%. So there is your air. I don't want that. Let's do blue. All right, so there is your air. So your air is built up of all these molecules here. Let's go to this layer here. I probably should have kept them the same layer. Let's do that. I'll start over here. So let's go ahead and we'll bucket this sucker at 10% like that. Okay, so that is our room full of air. That's our outside. And then we want to go ahead and we're going to take, and we're going to make a couple red balloons here. I have a red balloon and I want it painted black. Okay, and then I need this one to be full fill here. All right, there we go. So here is balloon 1 and here is balloon 2. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to fill these balloons. And we'll fill one with vacuum. So vacuum is nothing. So vacuum is nothing. So I can't do it right to make it. Here, let's grab this. That is vacuum. That is nothing. All right, so let's grab a red circle. I'll try to get it to fit here. All right, so that is nothing. There's a vacuum in this balloon. All right. Over here, we're going to have a vacuum, and we're going to fill it with hydrogen. So we'll make hydrogen this light blue color. And hydrogen is has a very low density, so now we're at 5%. So I doubled it. Let's do this. Trying to get it to work right in the thing here. And so we'll cover this one up like that. Okay, good. So now we have two identical balloons. This one on the right is going to be hydrogen. Hydrogen will be at 5%. And so this is full of hydrogen. This one is a vacuum. This is ambient air. All right, so these are our balloons. So you notice we're less dense. We have a lower density. We're at 5%. There's a 10%. Then the air around us. It'll be more than that, but that's our density. And so what's actually happening is all of these little marbles from the air are trying to equalize. So if there's any low pressure where there's a gap, they're trying to go from high pressure to low pressure. And they're essentially suspending its displacement, where this is being displaced by all of this. So all of these marbles are holding this balloon in the atmosphere. And because it's less dense, it wants to rise. So it wants to go up. The vacuum does the same thing, but better, because all of these are trying to displace. Well, there's very little mass in here, because it's a vacuum in here. We have the mass of the cylinder of the, in this case, the balloon. So the vacuum should, in theory, float better than the hydrogen. But there's a problem. The hydrogen can only go to a critical pressure. And so you actually see this with weather balloons. When you let a weather balloon off at sea level, the weather balloon will be very, very, it'll be completely full. And when it gets up to altitude, it will look like it's less full. It's not less full, it's compressed. Is the, no, I'm sorry, I had it backwards. When it's on the ground, the air pressure is going to be higher. It's going to push on the hydrogen. As it goes up, the balloon is going to expand because you have less pressure on the outside. I'm saying it backwards. All right, and so you have a lot of pressure pushing on this. So you have all these little molecules are trying to get into the area of low pressure. So you have an area of high pressure outside. These colors are horrific for what I'm trying to do. You have an area of high pressure on the outside, and you have two areas of low pressure. All right, so all of this high pressure, all these marbles are trying to get in here. And so they're pushing on the surface here of the container. And so if we go ahead and we look here, we have, let's do like 5. So all of, oh, Jesus, I'm really screwing up these colors here. There we go. All right, so you have all these arrows pushing. So the air is trying to get into the low pressure. The high pressure wants to go to the low pressure. So the atmospheric pressure is higher than the pressure inside the balloon. And what will happen is it will compress this hydrogen until they're in equilibrium. So now, instead of a high pressure, low pressure situation, we have an equals. So the pressure inside the balloon equals the pressure outside the balloon. And so the hydrogen has been pressurized by all of the air molecules pushing on the side of it. And so this will still be displaced because the same volume here is, this is going to be less dense than out here. It's going to displace it, and it's going to push it up still. The problem is we get over to the vacuum. The vacuum, we have the same arrows pushing on it. Eventually, if I can make arrows. So we have the same arrows pushing on it. But because a vacuum is by definition nothing, we have, so the hydrogen is essentially trying to push back out. It's equalizing the force. So it's pushing back against this. And so it's trying to crush the balloon. And as long as this material is not too weak, it will not be able to crush this solid and destroy it. And so the problem is with the vacuum trying to float in the atmosphere or in the water, it could go either way, there's literally no arrows pushing back. So what's going to happen is this is going to shrivel and look like a shriveled balloon. Even if this is steel, you know, you're talking 14 pounds per square inch at sea level. So you would take each square inch and you'd multiply it by how many square inches on there. There are probably thousands of square inches on there. And now you have 14,000 pounds of pressure pushing on this cylinder. It's going to collapse it unless it's ultra strong. So what you'd have to do to make this work is you'd have to start putting reinforcement in there. And so one way you could reinforce it is, one, a circle is helpful to be reinforced anyway, but then you'd have to start putting reinforcement bars in here. And so let's say you put steel reinforcement bars inside of this. Okay, well now it's not going to collapse, but now it has a bunch of extra weight because you just put a bunch of steel bars in there. And so now it will no longer float. And that's why hydrogen was used in like rigid airships. It's the lightest element, and it presses back against the air pressure. And, you know, they switched to helium because, of course, hydrogen lights on fire. So, you know, vacuum would float the best. Now, one thing that's neat is when, like, they were floating up parts of the Titanic. And when they were floating up parts of the Titanic, they don't fill the bags with air. They fill them with diesel. The diesel is less dense than the water. And you don't have that problem. So as the water pressure pushes on the balloon that it was in like a rubber balloon, the diesel is pushing back. And the diesel is a liquid. A liquid is non-compressible. So the water is trying to push in on the diesel, and the diesel is saying, nope, can't compress. And so it compresses the rubber bladder that it has, but not enough to break it. If you put air in those balloons and you send it down to the Titanic, the water would push on the air and it would eventually pop the balloon. And so even though air would be, quote unquote, better to bring parts of the Titanic up, it would cause the balloons to pop. So they filled the ballast bags with diesel to float it. All right, let's check this. So has this been running? I hope this has been running. Not really. Okay, so let's check. So we should be equalized, I think. Here, let me check it. All right, so good. See, we're at 1 atmosphere. So we're at 1 atmosphere on either of these tanks. So that is now 1 atmosphere. And so what we'll do is we'll close this blow-off valve and we'll fill it. And so this should start to get more water. It's slowly building. What happens every time it rocks, a little bit of air is escaping, so it takes an extra second. Now that we have a little bit of a water seal here, we should be doing all right. So, like, imagine this is the ballast tank of a submarine. So you're filling up with this ballast here. You know, you could probably use an electric hatch, or it doesn't need to be an electric hatch, but you could use a hatch and seal the hatch. And then you need to open the hatch, but you open the hatch, you would draw the air out. That would help the water to come in. You could also seal the hatch, suck out all the air. So we can try that test too. That would be kind of a cool test. And what will happen is you'll have a vacuum inside of the cube, and then when you open the hatch, the water is going to rush in because the water has, you know, whatever the pressure is of the water. We're at sea level, so it's like 14 psi pushing down on each inch of water, and then that trying to push into the void. And so that should allow us to fill quickly, empty quickly. So we'll do that test in a second here, but you can see that this is filling up. So this is how you control your moon pools. You know, we have a moon pool here. We're letting the air out. The air has to go somewhere. It looks like, you know, there's nothing in here, but air is something, of course. So we're trading this something for this something. All right. So let's pull that in. So I hope that makes some sense for people with how these are going to work. And then let's go ahead and do this. So let's go and we'll delete all you moon pool out. So that's how you make a moon pool. So now let's make a ballast tank. Let's actually undo that. Let's grab a electric hatch. So here's an electric sliding hatch. All right, so there's, if I can get it, grab the right arrow. All right, come on. Straight and fly right. All right, so now we're in a sealed volume. Let's go ahead and I'm going to put the hatch over here so I don't accidentally open it. Okay. So now this is more like a submarine ballast tank here. So we're full of air here. All right, now we're going to draw a vacuum. So I think it's this one. So we should see our air pressure going down. Is it going to let me draw? It was letting me draw vacuums earlier. Let's see if it lets me draw a vacuum. Oh, you know what it is? The tanks are full. That's why. These tanks are full, so they're already at max pressure. Let's pull them. All right, now let's do it. I can't put any more pressure on those tanks. Those tanks are at pretty much at liquid level. All right, now let's pump. All right, so now that's sucking the air out of this room, and I'm going to die. I won't die because I have player damage off, but, you know, so we're going to suck all the air out of this room, and, you know, I think Blue was saying that the air doesn't actually weigh anything, and it should. You know, air weighs something. It should weigh something. The more pressure, the more air you have in there, the more it should weigh. And so what this would be beneficial is, say you wanted your submarine to float higher or your ship to float higher, what you would want to do is you want to vacuum out your tanks. Now, I think the devs should have put this in. The reason is this. We have to do a bunch of glitches to get more buoyancy in our ships. There are a bunch of areas in our ships we never intend to go into. A lot of us build voids into our ships, right? So what you could do is build a couple empty tanks and vacuum out all the air. And now you would lose that mass. Your ship would float higher. And if you want your ship to float lower, you would do water ballast. You could do air ballast, but it would be silly to do water ballast. But that would be something I think the devs could add. I'll put a feature request in instead of just complaining about it. But that would be really cool if the mass is the air. I think part of it is this is one thing you need to consider too, is like that would be perfect for me. I would love it if nitrogen weighed something different than carbon dioxide, then weighed something different than oxygen. Of course, nitrogen weighs less than nitrogen weighs less than oxygen, and the carbon dioxide weighs more than oxygen. And I would love that. That would be fantastic because I would do all sorts of weird things with it. But a lot of people, all it's going to do is frustrate them, and it's going to make it so that it takes them, 2 years to build anything. And so the devs have to go in there, and they have to make the game approachable to as many players as possible to make a game that's not made for 5 people, essentially. And so I'd absolutely love it if they did different weight for different gases. I would love that. But I understand why they didn't do it. So, yeah, it sucks, but I think they did it because they would alienate a bunch of people, and they're trying to make the game realistic enough that you have fun and you have enough to do, but also more simplified. And they even said that in the announcement stream. You know, that's why they're doing certain things like that. Thank you, Connor. Appreciate that. Just trying to catch up, guys, in the chat. I'm trying to stay ahead of the chat. Let's see. I'm trying to read this kilometer comment. There's no filters anymore. When you said what is a kilometer, I cracked up. I have seen more than 100 episodes of Career Build Series, and I hear like 2,000 feet. I imagine 2,000 meters. Yeah, kilometer, like what the hell is 6 kilometers? Yeah, like 6 kilometers, no conception of that in altitude. But I can tell you what, like in my mind, I can see what 19,000 feet feels like. It's the same altitude. But like I'm saying, I'm 6 kilometers up. Couldn't tell you. You know, a 6 kilometer long runway, I have no clue. A 19,000 foot long runway, you're talking the shuttle landing facility. JFK's longest runway is 13,000 feet. You told me that in kilometers, I have no clue. And that's just, so, and a lot of this gets drilled in your head, like, especially for flying, everything's in knots and feet. Of course, like, Russia uses meters. It becomes a problem. They've had a couple plane crashes where the pilots ordered fuel in pounds and they got it in kilograms. And kilograms are 2.2 pounds. So if you order 1,000 pounds of fuel, let's say you order 1,000 kilograms of fuel, it's going to be 2.2 times how many pounds that's going to be, and you're going to be screwed because you're not going to have enough fuel. So it's important to, it's important to know your units and that, and that's why that's why ICAO units are all knots, feet. It just makes that everybody's on the same page. Because like if ATC says I need to climb to 6,000 feet and you climb to 6,000 meters, they're gonna be like, what the hell are you doing up there, man? And then you're descending. They say I need to descend down to 1,000 meters, and somebody descended down to 1,000 feet. Well, now you hit a mountain. So that's why they have to standardize that stuff. Yep, high-tech subs. Like that's why I love this sort of stuff. Is like I had very limited interest in submarines before. No interest. People are like, oh, when you build a sub, like no interest. Now I have interest in subs. I want to build blowing ballast tanks. I want to do CO2 scrubbers. I want to do electrolysis to get oxygen. I want to do all these things. I want them to make a hydrogen furnace. If they make a hydrogen furnace, then we can do electrolysis, separate it out, and then we can do a hydrogen furnace to make steam to power it. That would be awesome, man. Make your own fuel. That stuff's all super cool. Yep, refill scuba tanks. The Abyss is epic. It's a wonderful. I have the DVD, but I don't know where you could find it. I think Rotten Tomatoes is good. If you put it in the movie, it'll tell you where you can stream it. The way... what? That was always possible. Just power. Okay. Okay, you power the scuba to refill it. Okay, interesting. Oh, so scuba has a fluid in now. Interesting. Oh, I see what you're saying. Throttle instead of throttle. I always pronounce it throttle. The throttle. So no power for a compressor anymore. You need to pump stuff in. Not too bad, but complicates. Throttle, yeah. I see what you're saying, yeah. Throttle's misspelled, yeah. Mr. G is good at... I give Mr. G crap when his stuff's misspelled when I do a review, and so he gives me crap back too when I misspell it. That was good on the snowmobile. Because that's the thing, especially nowadays with autocorrect. It's like everybody's spelling's getting so bad. Like I used to spell pretty well, now my spelling's terrible. I guess you have to have a pump and some pressure air tank and do a rapid refill with enough pressure. The only thing I'm still not sure on this is how are we gonna filter gases from a room. Use the use that equalizer. That's the new filter. I literally have 900 tabs open, so I'm trying to like fly around. So these things are your new filters. If you want to relieve a gas, you need a gas relief valve. If you want to relieve a liquid, you need a liquid relief valve. So it'll go liquid to pump. So let's see where we're at here. Still pumping it. Yeah, it takes a little while. Trying to get this thing vacuumed out. Let's do this instead. This is going to take 100 years. This will work, but it's going to take a while. You know, all you'd have to do is this is actually a pretty big volume. So let's do this. Let's go spawner. We'll do it backwards. So let's put a fluid spawner in here. We already go up to like 1,000 atmospheres or whatever. Let's go here to fresh wawa. Let's take these and let's fill these up with air. Let's do it this way. So it works. It's just going to take me a while to pump all that out. All right, so that's fine. This is our ballast tank, as you can see, full of water. So ballast tank's full of water. All right. Now, if I open the hatch, whatever air was in there, just did I have the valve open? The blow-off valve's closed. That's interesting. I don't know why that did that. The blow-off valve's closed. So let's make that even worse. See if I can get all the water out of there. Let's spawn it again. Okay, so that's the bug. So remember we were saying that it's also putting air in here. There should be no air in here. It's duplicating air, so that is likely why we're having a lot of the problems we're having. Gas is full of gas already. It shouldn't be. So let's do this test realistically. Let's do this. Let's grab another one of these. Let's go like this. I'm going to do a blow-off valve on this. So we'll do this. Copy this, put this over here. Okay. I will then do a valve. All right, here's a manual blow-off valve. And then I want to take fluid like that. All right, so we're going to merge that up. All right, so this is going to sink because it's full of water, but it's also full of air. And so this should not be full of air. This might go skirting across this place here. Let's check it. All right, so you see it's pumping. Let's see how fast it's going. It's going pretty slow. Remember it's pipe limited, so it's limited by the pipe. So that's going to blow this off, and I'll read some chat while that's doing. So that's just going to vent us. I want to get this, you know, so we're losing that. Let's pump out as well. Pumping out won't do anything. Our tank's full. All right, so I'm going to let that slowly pump out. So that's part of the problem is this volume has both water and air in it. So it's like dissolved gases. Of course, that's not realistic. You know, if it's full of liquid, the liquid cannot take gases. That's why, for example, that's how soda works. All right, you have CO2 that's dissolved into the, essentially, water. Let's talk about soda water, right? So you have CO2 is dissolved into the soda water. It's pressurized. The pressure is what's keeping the gas in solution with the liquid. As soon as you pop the top, the pressure has decreased, and so some of that gas escapes right away, and the rest of the gas will slowly escape. That's why you get a big tss, and then it slowly releases over time, and it goes flat. You know, so that's how that works. Same thing as what's going on here. The problem is we shouldn't have that much air in here. We shouldn't, you know, that should be 0, and the water should be full. It's not doing that, and that's our problem. Like, see, it says fluid capacity 21,265. Fluid capacity 2165, and we essentially have 40,000 liters of fluid in this tank. That's the problem I think we're having with our ships not floating, is they have 40,000 liters of they have 40,000 liters of fluid in there instead of the 20. So hopefully that seems like it should be a reasonably simple fix for them to fix. Just catching up on chat. Sorry if I miss anything. I'm trying not to. Jetpack would be cool. Yep, you can fly with fire extinguishers. That's kind of cool. How are you going to filter gas out of the room? Yep. So, like, I'm showing that now. So, as long as you put that gas exchanger in there, it's going to only exchange gas. You know, none of the water is escaping. So, like, with that gas exchanger on there, you notice the liquid is not changing. The gas is changing. So, if I put a liquid on there, it would change the liquid as well. I don't know if you guys saw that the giant liquid fuel rockets have... Yep. Yeah, they were talking about that. I have not been to space. That's premature. That's going to... Yeah. It's going to take a long time. I'm not, like... It was like some of the people building stuff a week ago for it, you know. Like, it's, you know... If they enjoyed themselves, then it was time well spent. But, like, I tend not to do that. I want to know how everything works before I start building. Because all it's going to do is you're going to get frustrated, you know. You built a bunch of stuff that doesn't work. Now, knowing the mechanics, it's going to be better. Just test my ship. It sinks easily now because of all the buoyancy pressure gets released as soon as... Yep. Yep, I've got the DLC. Oh, you're talking... Yes, I got the DLC. Yep. How's it going there, X-Horse? DLC, it caused a lot of issues, so they're going to have to iron those out. So, a lot of the vehicles, the ships aren't working. They're putting, you know, they're putting a ton of gas in with the water that needs to be fixed. So I think that's part of why a lot of ships are sinking. It's just overloading the hell out of them. Presently what I'm doing is I am going to do a ballast blowout here eventually if I can pump all this air out. It's just taking me a second to pump the air out. Oh, I haven't even heard the music yet. I have the music shut off. Let's turn it on. So that's the default music if you have the DLC. Maybe I completely killed it. Let's see. Audio. Is it just on the menu? Yeah, it might just be in the menu. I have it hard killed too, so. Is that under game? I think there might be another one under general for. Okay. That's another thing. Check. Sometimes your physics detail reset when they do a big update, so that's good to see that it stayed. Let's see what else we have in the chat here. Yeah. You know, they dropped this on a Thursday. I would say tomorrow they're going to go in and I don't know if they're going to get it fixed, but that's most likely the biggest game-breaking issue that I can think of right now is what's going on with ships, and I would think they're going to be working on that pretty quickly to try to get that fixed. You know, I just hope they're not reading all the negative comments on Steam and Reddit, probably. Well. Yeah, so I would say the best way to filter the CO2 is going to be to use the cats, but the cats are also leaking oxygen out. The cats are deleting the oxygen. They're working like filters, not. They're working like absorbers, let's put it that way. They're working like CO2 absorbers. The filtration system in the cats are absorbing the CO2, the carbon, essentially, and it's giving the oxygen back, I think. Yep, you know, and that's, I think Xorus put it the right way, is we're dealing with a total overhaul of physics. That is the thing. They changed how gases work, how liquids work. They also they changed the whole map. They changed it so that we now have you know, we could fly out into space. They also changed how all the subgrids work. So it could be a subgrid issue that's causing some of these issues with the ships as well. So a lot of this, you know, we don't know, and so again, the best thing, fill out a bug report, and you know, hopefully they can get them fixed quickly. Yep. Yeah, I think it'll be great after they fix it. I think that's, one thing that I think is a beneficial thing that they should do is there are a bunch of games that let you roll back to earlier versions. And I think it is a big way to keep people from getting pissed off. It's a big way to keep people from getting disgruntled. What you do is, hey, you're not happy with what Space DLC is going? Okay, roll your game back to the earlier version. So you go in Steam, you select betas, and you pick which beta you want. And so we're 1.9 point something now. So you go to 1.8 point whatever. And then guess what? All your stuff works. And then in a week, if they fix the game in a week or a month, it doesn't matter because you say, okay, people are still saying it's ships are broken. Okay, ships are fixed. Okay, I'll try the new version now. And so I think that would have been a better way for them to do it. And Steam has that integrated already. So I wish they would just do that. Yep. Yeah, we expected there would be problems. Okay, so it's definitely the liquid weight. Yep. That's interesting too, though, because like I took all the liquid out of Triton. I took all the fuel and I took all the water ballast out. So that's interesting. And Triton doesn't have any glitches in it. So yeah, music on the menu. I'm thinking that too. Okay, very, very small gas weight. Copy. Let's see where we're at here. All right, so let's try to do... We're going to do a partial blowout if I open this door. But let's pressurize this volume here. Let's pressurize it. So did I just open that valve? I can't even tell. All right, so the valve is open to my tanks up top, or on the side now. All right, so gas meter. Look at the gas. Look at the gas. Look at that gas going in. So this is part of the problem is it's allowing us to put the gas in this tank in the area we're sitting in here. It's just not because of course it's acting as though liquids are compressible. That would be a part of our problem here is notice all of the oxygen and the nitrogen are coming in from that tank. So I need to shut this valve outside. I screw up my test here. I probably screwed up my test here. There we go. Let's do that. Okay. I want to make sure I'm not venting. I'm trying to pressurize this sucker. So, like, we should not be able to put any air in here. The water should be keeping the air out, but it's allowing us to do that. So let me see. So, like, look at how much air is still going in here. We're still pumping air like crazy in here. So, like, that should not really happen. Because the water should prevent any gas to come out. Like, we could open the valve and literally it wouldn't come out. Like, it might try to equalize a little bit, but it's not going to come out. If it's one-way valves, it would never come out, So, like, this is slowly dropping atmosphere. That's fine. All right. So, let's quickly try to... So, I want to see if we can get a complete blowout here. Let's try a blowout. So, that is your new ballast tank for your submarine. So that is how you make a ballast tank for a submarine now. All right, let's make a small version so I can, so I don't have to wait 100 years for this. So that's your new ballast tank. So let's save that. So I'll be coming out with some. I'll be coming out with some tutorials, especially. So let's do a hatch. But there are a bunch of things, people can work on while they're, while they're waiting for them to fix these things. I'm trying to get it big enough so I can sit in there. Let's not do that. Let's do this. I'm trying to just build I need a ballast tank just small enough for me to put my ass in. So 3 wide will do it. And then character's 7 tall, so let's go do 7 on that. All right, so this should be able to put my character in here. Just seal that like that. We're in there. 1, 2, 3. We'll make a little coffin for my guy. All right, so here is this is the new kind of small ballast tank. And so if you want it to like really vent fast, you're going to have to open a door. So like, you know, if you're going to have a submarine, electric hatches are going to be the thing. You notice how they instantly, the problem is the air is probably going to cause your submarine to blow up, to rise. Let's put it that way. Blow up is not the right term. So let's do fluid port. Okay. Go to fluid port. Nope, that's upside down. I want to do it in the here. So let's go like this. Go fluid port. I'm trying to set this up so I can do this while I'm sitting in here. All right, so let's go like that. Let's go like this. I'm trying to sit in here while I do it. So. All right. Liquid. All right, so here's a liquid relief valve. And then what I'm going to do is a one-way. So that liquid can't come back in. I hate these that when they're colored like this. So we'll do another quick little ballasty thing. Okay, so that is now, that's our liquid. I meant to put a valve on there so I could command it by hand. All right. But it's super cool, like just some of this, like playing with the pressure, learning some of the pressure mechanics. I like. Yeah, of course it's different than real life, but it's yeah, it's interesting. All right, so we'll grab, I don't know, probably a small tank. And that's full of air. Okay. And so here's a gas relief valve, and do a manual valve. I don't need a gas relief valve. Manual valve will work. All right, let's do fluid port here. Okay, so that's going to be air in. That's going to be water out. And then I'm going to put in a spawner. And I'll fill this with just seawater is fine. All right, so it's kind of a smaller scale ballast tank. Try to put my little dude in here. All right, so we're in here. It's full of water, so simulating that we are sitting, you know, we're a submarine. We've equalized our ballast tanks. And now we want to do a fast rise. So I didn't put any gauges in here, but and so hopefully see if we're pushing. All right, there we go. Here's we're floating. We're starting to float, so see what we're doing here. I can't quite tell what's going on yet. I didn't put any gauges in here, so that's kind of a pain. This might not be enough air for this volume, so let's just grab a medium. Okay, air in there. I want to put a couple. Need to put a couple meters so I can read what's going on here. But just kind of a smaller example of the big one, because you see the big one just vents like crazy. So, you know, the other thing is you don't want to be blowing a ton of air out. It's probably going to move your submarine, so it's better to you kind of want to get them balanced. You know, you put as much air in there as you need. All right, so let's check these here. So we have a gas meter. See, it's still filling with equal parts of that. So this should be Can I open it? I can't tell. Nope. All right, so you see seawater is going down. It's just slow. And then the this is venting out. See how many atmospheres we're at? Okay, so this is filling with seawater, so I need to put a one-way on that. So it's just exchanging seawater across right now. So that does need a one-way on there. It's actually, I want to do this quicker. I just want to get this to blow really quick. Okay. Let's try that. That will just keep the water from filling that tank up because it's just exchanging water in there, and I want the water out. I'm stuck in the block. Come on, stop sticking the block. I'm trying to build a coffin. It's kind of tough to get in it. There we go. All right. So let's go ahead and we will open the air valves, pressurize in here. Can't see what's going on. Come on, let me touch it. Can't tell if I'm turning the valve or not. Won't let me touch the valve. There we go. I just had it for a second. There we go. Okay. Valve's open. Gas meter is coming in, as you can see. Starting to fill up with gas. I'm going to open this valve. That's interesting what it's doing here. Doesn't seem to be pushing it through that system. I would think it would push the water out of there. Doesn't want to do it. That's interesting. Okay. Let's grab a hatch. Now, the electric hatch is going to work best for ballast tanks, I would say, because you're going to be able to pre-pressurize and then pop them and let it quickly vent. But you notice, like when I did the big example, it completely fills it. It completely emptied the water, and all you have to do is once the liquid reaches a certain amount, it auto closes the door, and then now you have, your tanks, and then you pump the air back into your tanks, and you could probably draw a vacuum to fill even like instantly. God damn it! This is obnoxious trying to get in this thing. I should have the valve closed. I should be able to go in there. It's got a little bit of air in there. Remember, it's starting with air, so let's get rid of that air that starts in there. Now, see, it's sucking me in. It's literally sucking me in because of the air is escaping and the water is pushing me in. That's kind of cool. Let's let this equalize out here. So that's part of the issue we're having. It was like when I was launching Triton, all that air is coming out. Is it's filling the open volume with both liquid and air, so that's no fun. All right, let me catch up with chat while it's doing this. Seizure-inducing nonsense. Yeah, we can, yep, we have pressurized oxygen. Boilers, probably not today. Like, what's the deal with boilers? I very rarely do anything with boilers. Copy. So I just need to release. So it's getting gas trapped in the cooling loop is essentially what's happening. Yeah. So I heard some people talking about like the why is this still venting air is the question. It's like there's an air duplication bug or something. Like it just won't it's still like the air is still coming out. Like look at that. That could be part of the issue here. Is the it's not Like the air's never running out. That could be one of the issues because, like, look at this. See, it's still doing it. And close the door. So, which wouldn't surprise me if they're having like a duplication issue, and that's why they're having some of these problems. Okay. All right, so let's pressurize this. All right, you can hear the air coming in. It's like pushing me up the top. All right, so I'm trying to pressurize. I'm going to pop this hatch. And there it goes. You know, that's blowing your ballast tank. So, as you can see now, it's floating. So, you know, and then what you would do is you would make it so once there's like a very small amount of water in there, you would close the hatch. So you do an electric hatch. Once the water level gets, say, below 100 liters, you close the hatch, and then you either live with that tiny bit of 100 liters of water in there, or you would pump out the last little bit. But yeah. So that's a blowable ballast tank, so that's cool. That works. Yep, jets are acting funny. I don't know what's up with jets. Let's do a quick, somebody's talking about a reciprocating test. So let's test recips. All right, it's fine. What do I have for a recip? Let's see. I'll take the race plane. Flaps. There we go. Well, a lot of cool things for submarines, you know. Definitely, I would say that's probably likely somewhere in there is, you know, doubling up air and liquid's not good. They need to fix that. That could be part of the issue with the ships, you know. Interesting stuff like that. I'm curious. Yeah, so like jets, I was having problems. I was slowing way down once I hit 1,000 feet in the jet, so that's definitely a problem. I'm not sure what that is yet. Could be the way that the jets are trying to read air, and they're not reading air correctly, and it's causing them to have problems. We'll go on a kind of a long climb here. Do I have any sort of no, I have literally no auto hover on this, so that's fine. Increase the speed a little bit here to get going. Are we really at 8,000 feet? It looks like 8,000 feet. It's 10,000 feet. Okay. There's 11,000 feet. We are climbing really fast. So. Let's see what our altitude looks like here. One thing I would like, you know, kind of thinking towards the future is one thing I think would be kind of cool is since we're going to have a looping map now, so if you essentially go this way, it'll pop you up over here. That would give you, it'll give you some interesting things to do. For example, if you know, like, look at, see how close everything is? It would be awesome if we could place islands around, and then Like if we were like say out here actually doing rescues or work or whatever, and we had a mission here, we could go this way instead of going this way. You know, that would be kind of cool and a cool use of the. So Rasmus was saying at about 19,000 feet, having an oxygen issue. So for example, if you look, my oxygen bar has not popped up yet, so I'm still not suffocating. IRL, you know, you wouldn't necessarily suffocate right away. You can stay above 15,000 feet for 30 minutes without supplemental oxygen, but you have to come right back down after 30 minutes. So you could survive above 15,000 feet, but you know, you need to come down before 30 minutes or you're going to get hypoxia. So like 22,000, we'd be getting hypoxia pretty bad right now. You know, so I've yet to do that. So I don't think it's not too extreme. So I think this is a reasonable altitude. Like, look at my performance. You can look at my airspeed. I think this is supercharged. This is supercharged. I believe this is supercharged. And we're not having any issues here. We're at 25,000 feet. So they definitely didn't go too heavy-handed with the atmospheric issues. Because, like, my performance is still good. I'm not having any real issues with my performance. Like, I feel like I have a little bit of, like, my control surfaces feel like maybe I have a little bit less control surface effectiveness, which does happen as you, you know, not really, you have to talk about true airspeed and, you know, indicated airspeed, because our indicated airspeed is what matters. So our indicated airspeed is 163 knots, so we still have our control surfaces feel like they have 163 knots of air over them. So the air feels dense. So we're at 31. So yeah, so they're definitely not heavy-handed with this. Like, I'm up here with a reciprocating plane, 31,000 feet, no problem. You know, I assume at some point we're going to get, you know, we're going to start to have issues. I'll check some chat. Let me know if my, I may trim my attitude up a little bit here. I have a little bit of torque going on there. All right, let's trim up a little bit here. All right, I'm going to trim just a hair of roll in there. Trim a hair roll in there. Come on, a little bit more roll trim there, guy. All right. So we're just going to gain some altitude, see what's up. $30 kilometers. What's that? What's a kilometer? The 2.28. No, it's not. It's 1.94. What's that in feet? Give it to me in proper units. Small fluid pumps can produce 10 atmospheres of pressure greater than ambient, allowing roughly 10 times compression gas. Copy. Oh, see, that's nice. That gives us a little bit more reason to have large over small pumps. So, so Stalemate's talking about the small pumps can go up to 10 atmospheres, and the large pumps can do 100 atmospheres. Does that make sense? If all the air in a ship, plane, or jet gets sucked out, or somehow lose all of it, do we suffocate? I'm up at 40,000 feet and I'm not suffocating. Oh, you know what it is? Player damage off. Good. Okay, there's my oxygen. Okay. So that was me forgetting that I took player damage off so I could be underwater the whole time. That makes sense. Okay. Let's get down and I will see what this looks like when we go down. You know, a lot of people have been complaining about you know, before the update came out about the 500 meter per second limit. Again, they said you could exceed it, but you'd just be burning more fuel. I don't see what the issue is with that. Like, I understand, like, some people, like, they just want the biggest number possible at all times. I get that. But it's like, this map is, like I said, this is 50 nautical miles. If you're going, let's say you're going 600 knots, that's 10 miles per minute. All right, that would take you 5 minutes to get from here to here. Less than 5 minutes to get from here to here. You know, and then you're going to hit the map boundary and you're going to go around. You're going to loop, which is fine. you know, you're going to keep looping. So you could keep going if you wanted, but it's like, you know, everything in the game is compressed. So speeds are reduced because the map size is reduced. So there's a reason why, you know, for example, like we would do 320 indicated, but we do 600 knot ground speed in the Embraer 145. And the reason was because you have to go 1,000 miles to go from New York to Florida, you know. And so it's still going to take you 2 hours to get down there, you know. But if New York and Boston was the furthest land masses like we have in game, then you don't need to be going, you know. So to go the same distance, right, New York to Boston's like a 4-hour, what's that? It's a 4-hour drive. No, it's an hour flight. No, it's less than an hour flight. Let's put it, let me see. It's a 4-hour drive. It's about a 24-hour drive, so about a sixth. So if we're going 100 knots ground speed, it would equal the time it took. You know, so that's part of the time compression in game is, you know, so 500 meters per second is 1,000 knots. You know, so you're going 1,000 knots. So I don't understand what the issue is with people kind of stressing out about the 500 meter per second cap is. You know, that's 1,000 knots. Like, if we had an enormous map that was like 1,000 nautical miles across, yeah, that would make sense, but we don't. We have a tiny, tiny map, so it doesn't really make sense to be going uber fast because the map's small. All you're going to be doing is looping around the map, and yeah, it's cool for the giggles. You can be like, oh, look how fast I'm going across the map, and I'm looping. But it's not like practical every day actually playing the game. I don't think it's a huge deal. And it also, I would say part of the reason put that in, one, is the faster you're going, the quicker the game needs to render stuff in. You have a lot of people complaining that the game is choppy, especially in multiplayer, that, you know, you don't want things popping in and out. So, for example, like the Arctic is probably despawned right now because we're far away from it. Well, if you're moving so fast, the game has to quickly pop in trees, and so the performance is going to take a hit. So, you know, the map is artificially small, so, you know, you make the speeds artificially low to make the map still feel large, you know, and that's pretty typical of games. You know, so the 500 meters per second, I really just, that's something I didn't get people having a problem with, is it's still 1,000 knots, you know. And I don't understand how your advantage really, so, okay, so see, we're at 10,000 feet. Let's do our test here. All right, so I am legitimately, I have vertigo. All right, so I want to look out, reference point, artificial horizon. Oh, you know what it is? I trimmed my roll. Okay, I was like, why am I not controlling it? Okay, let's try to roll out. Here, I'm having a problem here. I can't roll out. I don't know why I can't roll out here. I'm having issues. Something's up. I don't know why I can't roll my plane out. I'm going to try to stabilize and see what's up. Okay, there we go. Alright. Fixed now. Alright, so is player damage back on? Player damage on. So let's climb up. So let's see where the... so like I was saying, about 15,000 feet is where you would normally need supplemental oxygen. So I'll see where we need it. You know, and again, so the same thing goes for altitude too. Like I was talking earlier in the stream, is like, you know, the furthest distances we're talking like 70, 80 nautical miles. So you're only going 70 or 80 nautical miles. So you don't really need to get up to a high altitude as a plane to transit because there's really no reason, because you're you need to come right back down. You know, so if you're climbing 1,000 feet, there we go. No, that's temperature. All right. So 13, we get a temperature hit here. Let's see what I'm looking for oxygen. Hopefully, I don't freeze before we hit oxygen. I don't think so. I think somebody was saying like 19,000 feet. So like you could go over 15,000 feet, like I said, for 30 minutes without supplemental oxygen. There we. Am I getting hurt by? Nah, I'm overheating. God. Shut that off really quick. Okay, there's oxygen. So 20,000 feet. So I'm perfectly happy with those numbers. 20,000 feet makes perfect sense for oxygen for me. That is even excessive, right? We went up and we hung up around 11,000 for an hour, and we started getting hypoxic. You know, so it looked like a little oxygen canister is what we got, what popped up when I was having oxygen problems there. So that makes perfect sense to me. Like that, those numbers seem fine to me. I don't have a problem with the altitude for oxygen. I don't have a problem with the altitude for temperature. Standard temperature lapse rate is 2 degrees per 1,000 feet. So that's that would be a little bit heavy-handed, I would say. So if we're at 20,000 feet, that's 40 degrees. If you had 90 degrees on the ground, that means it would be 50 degrees at, what did I say? 30,000 feet, something like that. Yeah. So I think that's pretty good. So definitely there's something wrong with jets. That's definitely an issue. Hopefully they get that fixed reasonably fast. It definitely seemed I flew one jet and I was having issues, and other people reported that that's an issue. So I certainly believe that. Reciprocating planes seem to be working fine. I think the oxygen at 20,000 feet makes perfect sense to me. It gives you a little bit of extra room. You know, like I said, 15,000 feet, you can stay up there above 15,000 for 30 minutes. 20, you'd want oxygen, but you know, so going up to 20 and you need oxygen, that makes sense to me. I'm happy with that. That works. I'm just trying to catch things here. Trying to check some chat. All right, let's bring this back so I can read some chat. Probably finish up here soon. Terrain, yep. Altitude, yep. 15 kilometers is 50,000 feet. 50,000 feet, yeah, you haven't quite, you know, at 50,000 feet, you need pressure, demand oxygen, so it blows oxygen into your lungs. So, like, if you're in a fighter jet and you go up over, like, 50, it will start to, normally you passively, you go, and you breathe in, and the valve goes, and it gives you oxygen. Once you get over 50,000 feet, it will actually blow oxygen in your lungs, and you reverse the way you breathe. Instead of breathing in, you exhale out, and you have to push the oxygen out, and because the mask is trying to blow it back in your lungs. And then once you get above 60, I think 63,000 feet, you need to have a spacesuit. That's why, like, say the U-2 spy plane, they have to wear the spacesuits. Because your body literally can't do the gas exchange. The pressure's too low. So you need to be in a full pressurized suit at that point. Coal locomotive, I did a little management by hand. I find it really, yeah. Managing a coal locomotive by hand and having it blow up in your face can be kind of ugly. All right, guys, so I think I'm going to take a break there. So I think, you know, some good tests in there. They borked some things. And, you know, I think the people who expected that not to happen, I think that was something that I think most of us knew was going to happen or expected was going to happen. Listen, if you don't want to test, if it's going to frustrate you, I recommend take a break. You know, I would say tomorrow's Friday. They're going to be working on it tomorrow to try to fix those things. If you don't want to put in a bug report, that's fine. There are plenty of people doing it. I would recommend, if you're going to, try to glom on to the other ones. Like, we can look really quick. I guarantee you that it's filling up with those. I highly disagree with one of the comments there on how it's better to just kind of like inundate them with the same one over and over and over again. No, it isn't. It's like, you know, I'm a dev. I come in here. I want to find a bug to fix today. Okay. The same. That's not helpful. What's helpful is I look here and I quickly look through and I say, okay, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. Okay. I'm just looking at star counts. 5. Okay, that one's bug list report. Okay, what's that? 3. 6, that's a popular one. 10's a popular one. 10's a popular one. Okay, so now this is how, if I was a dev, how I would do this. 10. Okay. All right, so what are those 10s about? If we look, most of them are the same. So guess what? Those 10s wouldn't be 10s, they would be 40s. And guess what? It's a lot easier for me as a person to come through here and say, oh my God, 40, that's a very popular one, than to say 10, 10, 10, 10. Oh, I'll pick a 10. You know, so that's kind of my argument against that. So like right here, sinking. Jet engines. Those are both 10s. All right, so those look like people care about jet engines as much as they do boats. Whoop, C, not dense enough, 10. Well, guess what? That's the same as the boat sinking. So now boat sinking is actually a 20. So that's why I say don't make your own topic. Go in here, do a quick search. C, not dense enough. So my boats are now sinking as are completely broken. Boats are sinking. All right, so what you should do is go in here, click on that if that's your issue, and put a comment. Yep, my boats are also sinking. It would be nice to see this fixed. All right, because what are the devs going to do? If you notice here, let's find Clark. Clark Airfield Runway Surface. Let's go in here, okay? This is a new one, so I want to find one of the old ones. All right, so this is what the devs do. They go in here, okay, and so like I think it was Ufertaffy talking about how like just spam them. Don't. And this is why. This is what the devs have to do. They have to go and waste time coming in here and taking this, and they have to close it as a duplicate, and then they have to go in here. It says duplicate of this issue, set as duplicate number this. Okay, so if you click on this duplicate, they have to then link all these duplicates. These are all the same issue people are having that didn't search for the topic and go on here. And so look at the star. This one only has 1 star. So this doesn't look like a priority. But if you go in here, it has 2 stars. So now we're actually up to 3 stars. And there we're up, that one's, so 4 stars. 5 stars. 6 stars. 7 stars. 8 stars. 9 stars. It's thinking. So if it showed in the bug tracker that it had 15 stars, the devs know this is something that a lot of people want fixed. And so I recommend you guys do that. Don't spam them. It doesn't make any sense. Go in here. It's probably getting overloaded right now because it's not resetting. But I would recommend doing that. Go in there, search for your issue. As you can see, there's already that. What they're eventually going to do is go in there and they're going to set all those ship sinking things as a duplicate. And, you know, and it's going to get the star value of the one they duplicated to. So go in there and, you know, I see this all the time on the weekly update. You'll have somebody, Phil, every week, Phil, one of the members of the community, he credits the screenshots. And every week, Phil credits the screenshots, and it's within the top 5 posts on there, the first 5 posts. And then you'll go down 5 posts below that, and somebody will say, what's the second screenshot from? They didn't go back and read the first 5. And if they did, their question would have been answered. And then 5 down from that person, they'll go, hey, what's the second screenshot? And then 5 from that, hey, what's the second screenshot? What's the second screenshot? And unfortunately, people are doing the same thing here. Go in here and do a quick search. All right. My boat's vanished, medium, sinking. Okay, 6 hours ago. So I typed in sinking, and you see this was created 2 hours ago, 1 hour ago, 6 hours ago, 1 month ago. All right, so bingo. We can ignore all these ones from months ago. All of these are from today. My boat vanished except the ropes, then sinks. Lol. That's not helpful. Medium, large ship sink on spawn. Sinking. All right, so the best thing to do is look at this one. 10 stars. Sinking. Is this what your issue is? Don't know if the new update by my boat is sinking, but the day before the update was not the case. Perfect. That explains exactly what's happening. It says, hey, it's the update. Happens to me too. Same here. Everything. So that's not really helpful because not everything has been broken by the gas. Oh, that's hyperbole. So come in here, click on the star. Now it's at 11. That looks like a priority. And put, yep, my ships are sinking as well. And if you, hey, maybe if you think it's this or that, tell them what you think it is. It appears that it's spawning both gas and liquid in the same space. You know, I think, you know, somebody was saying that the liquids weigh 262% of what they used to weigh. You know, I did some testing. This was my test. I did XYZ, and it appears liquids are weighing 262% more than they normally weigh. So the devs can come right in here, and they can find this is the most popular bug report right now. Let's tackle this tomorrow, Friday. And that's how you're going to get this fixed. Complaining to them, yelling at them, saying a bunch of nonsense is not going to do anything. This is how you get this done. Go in here, fill out a bug report, support one that's already there if it's already there. So highly recommend people do that. And if you don't want to, if you're frustrated, go take a break, man. They'll get this fixed. It will take some time. But getting frustrated about it and just making yourself upset, that's not doing any good for anybody. Not helping the devs, it's not helping you out, and you're just getting upset, and you're going to be miserable for a week waiting. So highly recommend, if you don't want to test it, if you're not having a good time, go play something else. Check back in a week, check back in a couple days, see if things are better. So hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I want to thank all of the members and subscribers. Let me quickly go over the subs really quick here. I always like to give those guys some credit. Yeah, but I think this will overall be a really cool update. It's just going to take some time, man. It really is. And, you know, it was a big physics change. I think a lot of people didn't realize that. This is a big, big, big physics change. So we're going to have to expect that there's going to be a lot of going on. So thank you to members. We have Cider Mountain, FS Gamer, Connor O'Boyle, Danny, Miles World, Sergeant Chaos, Aaron Repairs All, and Citrus. Thank you to Chicken Soar for being a Patreon. Thank you for everybody for showing up today. I hope you guys are interested in the DLC and have a little patience. Hopefully they'll get it fixed up. We've had this before where the sky was falling, the game was in a bad way, a lot of things were broken, and guess what? A little bit of patience, they get fixed, and we can be back to enjoying the game. So hope you guys enjoyed it, and I enjoy you guys and appreciate you being here, and we'll see you in the next one.